Have you ever felt lost in the chaos of life, searching for a spark to reignite your inner drive? What if I told you that the secret to unwavering resolve lies in the wisdom of ancient Stoic philosophers? Once you learn these Stoic lessons, you will never be the same. Imagine a life where your actions speak louder than words, where motivation flows steadily, unshaken by fleeting emotions. Picture yourself navigating life's storms with clarity and purpose, guided by the timeless teachings of Marcus Aurelius and Seneca. These great minds understood that our true power comes not from external circumstances, but from within. We all face moments when our energy fades and our dreams seem out of reach. It's not a lack of desire, but a waning emotional drive that holds us back. In these crucial times, Stoicism offers a beacon of hope. Its teachings push us to look beyond our fluctuating emotions and tap into a deeper, more stable source of motivation. Seneca once said, "Plans fail because they have no aim. When a man doesn't know what harbor he is making for, no wind is the right wind." This profound insight calls us to define our purpose, set our sights on our personal goals, and navigate life with unwavering determination. Join me as we delve into every transformative Stoic lessons. Each lesson is designed to empower you to take decisive action, reignite your inner fire, and embrace a self-driven purpose. These lessons will teach you how to anchor your actions in Stoic virtues, allowing you to rise above emotional turmoil and stay true to your goals. Stay with me until the end, and don't miss a single lesson on this journey of self-discovery. Embrace this Stoic wisdom and let it illuminate your path to action, personal growth, and a life lived with unwavering resolve. Once you learn these Stoic lessons, you will never be the same. Discipline is the first step. Stoic philosophy is based on the idea that having self-control is like a light that points us in the direction of action and our greatest potential. Marcus Aurelius pushed for this kind of focused control over one's thoughts and actions. He said that being able to decide how to handle the ups and downs of life is the greatest freedom. When we have self-discipline, we don't feel the chains of limiting, but the wings of freedom. This pushes us to act not on impulse, but with a plan and a reason. But how does self-discipline bring out this need to act and go beyond the point where you can't do anything? Seeing our power, the calm realization that we are in charge of our own lives, is the first step. When we have self-discipline, we can make our fears, urges, and wants work for us. It's like having a steady hand that points us back to the path we were on when something else comes up. Being self-disciplined means making sure that what we do fits with what we believe in. To become self-disciplined, you need to keep going back to what is good and right. Epictetus said that doing good things over and over again until they become second nature is smart. Every morning, think about what you believe. Set goals that are in line with your highest ideals, and do small, doable things that test your willpower. Over time, this will help you get better at controlling yourself. Small acts of discipline done every day add up to a strong character, one good thread at a time. Stoics go through hard times, give up, and start over on their way to self-discipline. Because Seneca knew a lot about how people lived, he saw the value in these trials. He said that we become better and stronger when we face our flaws in a burning test of our resolve. Seneca's lessons on self-discipline show how strong the human spirit is by telling us to get back up every time we fall and stay determined to getting better. So, self-discipline isn't just a way to get things done. It's also a deep spiritual practice that means committing to living in balance with nature and our place in it. You have to be quietly determined to be honest, keep your promises to yourself and others, and work hard to reach your goals. When we think about what the Stoics taught us about self-discipline, we should ask ourselves how we can make our intent to act stronger. How can the things we do every day be in line with the good things we believe in? Let us remember that developing self-discipline is the key to reaching our full potential, turning our thoughts into actions, and making our dreams come true. A road through the desert of life can only be found through self-discipline. Stoic advice guides us to a future we make for ourselves, full of meaning and peace. The practice that Stoics believe in helps people keep their cool, make smart choices, and find peace within themselves. From the Stoics' point of view, being very strict with yourself was the only way to find true freedom. We build a strong mind that can handle the hard things in life with calm understanding when we learn to control our urges, wants, and reactions. The way power works. The Stoics stress the difference between what we can manage and what we can't. Knowing this helps us focus on things we can change, like how we feel, what we do, and what we think. Often remind yourself of the things you can change. While you're having a rough time, think about whether there is something you can change. Don't try to control what goes on around you. Instead, pay attention to how you respond. A big part of being self-disciplined is knowing yourself. Being aware of our thoughts and feelings can help us figure out what makes us jump to certain conclusions. Think about what you did or wrote in a book to remember what you did and what you thought. Think about whether what you're doing fits with your long-term goals and ask yourself why you're doing it. Make better decisions with what you've learned. Take the pain you're in. For the Stoics, problems and pain are chances to get better. When we choose to be in pain, we make ourselves stronger and more adaptable. Add small, manageable pains to your daily routine. In this case, you might not eat, take cold baths, or work out. These habits will help you get used to being uncomfortable over time, which will make you better equipped to handle bigger issues. Figure out what your objectives and goals are. Setting clear priorities and goals helps us stay on track and complete what we set out to do. When what we do fits with our long-term goals, we're less likely to give in to temptations or other things that take our attention away. Outline your long-term goals and break them down into manageable steps. Put your tasks into groups based on how important and quickly they need to be done. If you need to, make changes to your plans and keep an eye on your work. Get better at being patient and determined. Being grounded means being able to wait our turn and keep going with our plans even when things go wrong. The Stoics say that it's important to stick with something, even when things get tough, if you want to grow and be happy. It will help you be more calm when problems arise if you set growth goals that are likely to be reached. Remind yourself that problems are going to happen on the trip. Do not give up on your goals and see every problem as a chance to become more determined. Stoic ideas say that controlling yourself means learning how to be in charge, understanding yourself better, being okay with being uncomfortable, setting clear goals, and becoming more patient and persistent. If you do these things every day, your mind will get stronger and more focused. You'll be better able to deal with life's difficulties. Second, stop putting things off and being lazy. Putting things off and being lazy are two things that can get in the way of our Stoic path to virtue and wisdom. We're not just having trouble with our jobs, we're also having trouble growing as smart and good people. Because it's easy, we choose the road with the least amount of trouble. However, our biggest potential suffers while we do nothing. We get off track when we give in to temptation and choose ease over hard work. Our goals become vague on the distance, always visible but never within reach. But the Stoic tradition has a strong way to deal with this. The key to getting rid of putting things off and being lazy is not some secret information, but the Stoic ideals themselves. Being aware that we only have the present time and that it is here that we can choose the harder right over the easy wrong. For Marcus Aurelius, each day should be lived as if it were the last. He said this because death doesn't wait, so neither should we when we do good things. Because he was so clear, Epictetus taught us that we control our own lives and that what we do makes us who we are. Putting things off and being lazy are habits, he told us, but he also said that they are choices against our better nature, choices to be less than we are capable of being. We need to see pain as a friend and a way to grow in order to break these habits. We also need to do our work with intention and awareness. Seneca gives us advice by stressing how short life is and how foolish it is to put things off. He pointed out that while we work hard to keep our things safe from thieves, we let others and ourselves steal our time without any consequences. To stop this, Seneca suggests living an ordered life, where each day is planned out, and distractions are seen for what they are: thieves. So, if we want to stop putting things off and being lazy, we need to develop a Stoic attitude. We need to see discipline not as a hardship, but as a way to free ourselves. We need to be aware and give each job our full attention. Most importantly, we need to remember that our time is limited and that every moment wasted is a moment lost to virtue and success. As we try to break free from the chains of idleness, let us stick to the Stoic ideas of living with a purpose, acting with awareness, and always seeking virtue. By doing this, we not only get past putting things off and being lazy, but we also reach our full potential and become more like the ideal wise and good Stoic teacher. Third, make good habits a part of your life. Growing good habits is like growing virtue and knowledge in the garden of Stoic thought. It shows how much we can change and grow. These daily routines and practices that we choose to do are not just things that we do. They show how deeply we care about ourselves and the world around us. All of these things are important for living a good life, and each one helps us reach our full potential. What are these good habits that Stoics say are so important? They are things like focus, thanks, and kindness that are in line with our logical nature and make us feel better. The focused search of knowledge, building up resolve in the face of hardship, and a commitment to fairness and honesty in all our dealings are the habits that make the soul stronger and hold the key to endless wisdom and peace. We have to choose to do these good things over and over again if we want them to become part of our lives. We can learn from Marcus Aurelius that greatness is not something you do, but something you do all the time. At the start of each day, we should set the goal to be these things. Think, be kind, learn theory, and take care of our bodies and thoughts. The very useful Epictetus taught us that the way to morality is not perfection, but growth. We work on keeping good habits, not because we want to be perfect, but because each effort helps us become better people. It's when we strive and keep going back to these routines, even when we mess up, that we grow. Seneca also talks about how time is the most valuable thing we have and how it should be used to form good habits. He tells us to be very careful with our time and spend it on things that make us better, not things that hurt us. This well-thought-out use of time makes sure that our good habits become not just goals, but also parts of our daily lives. So, following Stoicism's advice to form good habits is a journey of careful action and thought. Our promise is to make our lives more like those of virtue and to make our potential come true. As we try to make these habits a part of our daily lives, let us remember that each day is a fresh start and a chance to make ourselves more like the Stoics. Getting into these good habits will not only get us to do things, but they will also help us live a meaningful, happy, and peaceful life. Let this be the light that guides us, and the thing that motivates us to do things that are good for us every day. In the past, what good habits did you have that led to good things? Post your stories and lessons in the comments below. The most important thing you can do, according to Stoicism, is to create good habits. The Stoics believed that being good was more of a habit than something you do. If we always act and do good things, we can change our lives and build a strong foundation for personal growth. We'll talk about why it's important to make good habits a part of your daily life and show you how to do them right away. Pick out a few important beliefs and traits. Think about the qualities that are most important to you, such as fairness, bravery, knowledge, and balance. Write down specific things that you do that show these traits. You might want to think about what you eat before you eat it, if temperance is an important trait. Start small and keep going. Start with small habits that you can handle to keep from getting worried. Being steady is more important than being passionate. It's better to do it every day for 5 minutes than once a week for an hour. To start a thankfulness book, write down one thing you're grateful for every day. Listen for clues and signs. Making a link between new habits and things you already do will help you remember to do the new habit. Do it right after you brush your teeth in the morning if you want to be more aware. Keep track of your progress and think about it. To keep track of your habits, write them down or use an app. You should think about how these habits affect your daily life and change them if you need to. After every week, go back and read what you wrote in your notebook. Mark any changes in how you feel or act. Take care of yourself and keep going. It takes time to build good habits, and you will fail sometimes along the way. Be kind to yourself if you miss a day or find it hard to stick to it. Remember to get back on track. That's okay if you forget to work out. To get back on track, plan an easier workout for the following day. Making good habits a part of your life takes time, effort, and a drive to get better. Taking small, steady steps that are in line with your core values can help you build a life full of virtue and good behavior over time. Remember that being great in the Stoic way doesn't mean being perfect. It means making progress and making a promise to always grow. 4. Problems can be turned into chances. Life is a trip, and many of the problems we face are like quilts. There is more than one way to walk this path. Some people give up when things get tough, while others rise to the occasion. Stoicism, a way of thinking and behaving, advises us to see these problems as opportunities to develop as people. In the crucible of experience, you can read the moving account of how Epictetus was born a slave. It wasn't just the chains that held him back. Time also ran out. But even with these boundaries, he felt very free in his mind, will, and spirit. Epictetus didn't just go through his problems, he learned from them. This shows us that how we handle life's ups and downs determines how smart we become. Epictetus said that problems, not the settings they put us in, make us who we are. This is a key idea in Stoic thinking. You shouldn't run away from problems. Instead, you should welcome them as a master that is harsher and more honest than any other, because every problem has a seed of benefit equal to or greater than it. How can this old lesson help us today as we look for wisdom? When we meet a challenge, we should stop and ask ourselves, is this a chance to become more patient, resilient, and empathetic? Every challenge forces us to grow, to go beyond what we think are our limits, and to find hidden talents within us. Not only does following this Stoic concept help the person doing it, but it also helps others by teaching them the way to courage, growth, and a strong dedication to personal development. Keep what Epictetus told us about being quiet in mind as you go through the hard times in life. Brothers and sisters, don't see every problem as a chance to fail. Instead, see them as chances to improve and motivate those around you. Every time things are bad, there is a hidden gift for people who are strong enough to look for it. These are the times when your true character will shine through, so make the most of them. Things will go wrong in life all the time. When these things happen, they can be very hard, whether they're personal, at work, or just out of the blue. A Stoic view, on the other hand, says that these issues can be changed into chances to improve and grow. We can learn to see problems as chances to get better, stronger, and more adaptable if we change the way we think about them and follow the Stoic ideals. The key is how you see it. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, said, "It's not what happens to you that matters, but how you react to it." This means that how we perceive problems has a significant impact on how well we can resolve them. If we see problems as chances to learn and grow, we can change how we think about them and deal with them in a good way. Pay attention to what you can change. The Stoics say, you have control over your mind, not over what happens in the outside world. Know this, and you will be strong, wrote Marcus Aurelius. Think about what you can change, like your thoughts, deeds, and feelings. This will give you more power over how you deal with problems and help you find good answers. Take into account that problems can teach you. This quote by Seneca, Aristotle said difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body, means that hard times can teach us a lot. Every challenge is a chance to get better, learn something new, and understand something important. By facing difficulty, we can get stronger and better at what we do. Accept things as they are. Marcus Aurelius said, "Accept the things that fate binds you, and love the people that fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart," which means taking something does not mean giving up something else. This is a Stoic idea. It means accepting the truth and making peace with it. When we accept what we can't change, we can focus on the things we can, instead of the things we can't. Find value and direction in your life. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how, so says Viktor Frankl, drawing on Stoic ideas. Being able to see the meaning and reason in our troubles can keep us going. In order to deal with our problems more effectively, we need to know what the bigger picture is. Things will go wrong in life, but they don't have to make you give up. If we think like the Stoics, we can see these problems as chances to grow and get better. We can turn problems into chances if we have the right attitude, a sense of control, an understanding, and a sense of purpose. Also, the things we do can make us better and stronger. 5. Take small steps at first. It's odd that every big trip starts with a single small step. Stoicism teaches us that it's crucial to begin small, a lesson that sticks with us whenever we want to change something or embark on a new journey. You can use "begin with small steps" as more than just a mantra. It can also help you break down tasks that seem hard to finish into manageable pieces. Zeno of Citium is known as the founder of Stoicism. Let's think about his life. It wasn't big comments or changes that set him on his spiritual path. It was just one step into a shop. He got ideas from Socrates' writings and started the process of making a theory that would last for many years. It was this small but important step that made Stoicism possible. What does it really mean to start with small steps? The idea is that all growth, no matter how big, starts with a little thing. It means understanding that we don't need to see the whole road ahead of time. It's the little things we do that show we're motivated to keep going, even when the end goal seems far away. We accept the Stoic virtue of progress by taking this method, since we know that every small step counts toward a bigger goal. Putting the impossible into the possible helps you deal with stress and delays. As we keep our attention on the next step, we're more likely to take it, and each step adds to our progress. This idea is not only smart, but it also works in the real world. The size of your goal shouldn't scare you. Instead, think about what you want to achieve. Now is the time to focus on the here and now, where you can make things happen. What's the smallest step I can take right now? Learn how to be strong while keeping your heart open. Let's not be scared off by how big our goals are. Instead, let the fact that the starting is simple motivate us. Every little step we take on the Stoic path shows how brave and committed we are to becoming better people with age. When you think about how big your trip is, remember how powerful it is to just start. Allow each small step to be a celebration and a bold statement of your skills and resolve. In the world of action, the will to take a step is more important than the size of the step. Sixth, make your mission stronger through virtue. How do we figure out why we're here? Many people have asked this question over the years, and Stoicism has a deep answer. Find value in your life by being good. Cato the Younger's life shows how to be a good Stoic. He always did the right thing, which is an example of Stoic virtue. Being fair and brave in the face of Rome's political unrest is a test of how to find meaning in life. Cato lived a life full of actions that were based on Stoic ideas. These actions show how virtue shapes our goals and makes us act even when things are bad. To give our lives meaning through virtue, we must make sure that our actions are in line with our highest values and not with short-term wants or the need for praise from other people. When we look at ourselves, we can find our true purpose, which is linked to growing our values. We need to ask ourselves, are my actions shaping my character? Am I living in line with my deepest values? Our drive to act changes when our goal is based on virtue. We're not interested in getting ahead in the outside world anymore. We want to make a change for the better, grow as people, and live a life that is in line with our values. This is what makes people strong and driven over time. As an example, Cato made the decisions he did when he faced impossible chances because they were based on his Stoic virtues. It wasn't the chance of success or the fear of failure that drove him. It was a great desire to do what was right and fair. Taking this Stoic lesson to heart makes us think about how the things we do every day fit with our values. The Stoics taught us that the best way to live a meaningful life is to make decisions that show our commitment to virtue. This gives our lives purpose and direction. Through virtue, we can find meaning in our lives and make the lives of those around us better. When we act in a way that shows honesty, courage, and intelligence, it makes us want to do more, not because we have to, but because we really want to live by our ideals. Let's really think about this lesson and work to make our goals match our good qualities. The strong drive that comes from this will push us to act with conviction and live a life that matters. A big idea in Stoic thought is that doing good things can help you figure out what your life is all about. The Stoics believed that doing good things would make you truly happy and satisfied. Like the Stoics, they believe that virtue is living in harmony with nature and reason, showing that you are smart, brave, fair, and moderate. When you fit your purpose with these qualities, you can handle life's challenges with strength and clarity, and you can find happiness and meaning in every moment. Find out about the 4 most important good traits. Smarts. Try to understand and learn. To make smart choices, use your mind and what you know. Courage. When you have problems or fears, be strong. You should always do what's right, even if it's hard. Do the right thing by other people and treat them with care. Try to make the world and your neighborhood a better place. Temperance means learning to keep your cool and keep things in check. Do not go too far in your life. Stay grounded. Think about what's important to you. Spend some time thinking about what your main beliefs are. What do you really believe? What do they have to do with the Stoics' ideas? Making time to reflect every day helps you stay true to your values and guides what you do and how you make decisions. Make good goals. Decency, understanding, courage, and justice are all good traits to look for in goals. Make sure your goals matter to you and will help other people. Work on getting better every day. Take small, steady steps every day to get better. Do things like writing in a book, meditating every day, or reading intelligent books that show how much you care about being good. Deal with issues as chances to learn and improve. You should look at problems and roadblocks as chances to put your values into action and get better at them. Get in the habit of seeing problems as chances to learn, grow, and show that you want to live a good life. Building your purpose through virtue is similar to the Stoic idea of having a useful and happy life. Don't forget to work on yourself every day. Think about your ideas, set good goals, and see problems as chances to learn and grow. Getting this done will give you a strong, grounded, and deeply satisfying sense of purpose. Rule number 7. Make your life easier. Simplifying your life can seem impossible in a world that is always noisy, full of things that need your attention, and full of noise. According to Stoic thought, on the other hand, being simple can help you live a more focused, peaceful, and happy life. You can make more room for the important things by getting rid of the things that you don't need. It's about being happy with what you have and valuing quality over number. Get rid of your stuff. Get rid of things you don't need. Get rid of things you don't use or need first. This can help your mind and body feel better. Set up your space so that you feel calm and in control. Keep the places where you live and work clean and well organized. Use your time wisely. Figure out what's important. Do not forget to enjoy the things and people that make you happy. Do not agree to things that go against your goals or ideas. Come up with a plan. Making something a daily habit can help you manage your time better and feel less worried. Don't let technology confuse you as much. Watch how much time you spend on social media, email, and other digital activities. A lot of people spend too much time in front of a computer. Choose which apps and tools you keep, and only keep the ones that make your life better. This style is known as digital minimalism. Make your money matters easy. Pay off your debts. Try not to take on more debt and eat what you already have. Make a budget and write down everything you spend to keep track of your money. Put events ahead of things. Spend your money on events that will last a lifetime instead of things. Accept that you are aware and in the present moment. Mindfulness is important. It can help you be more aware to do things like yoga, meditate, or just spend time outside. Don't stress about the past or the future. Pay attention to the present moment instead. Enjoy the little things in life and be thankful for the present. Giving up things isn't what it means to simplify your life. It means making decisions that make it more important and less stressful. Clean up your space, set goals, avoid digital distractions, keep your money simple, and practice mindfulness. Your life will have meaning and peace. The Stoics say that what matters is not how many things you have, but how good they are. What makes Stoics want to live an easier life, and how does that help us get things done? Simplifying your life isn't just a way to clean up your space. It's also a way to simplify your mind, to get rid of wants that aren't necessary and focus on what's important. The deep truth that simplicity is the highest level of complexity can be found in the world of simplicity. As an example, Marcus Aurelius, who was emperor of Rome, worked for the value of simplicity. He decided to live a life based on Stoic principles, focused on simplicity, duty, and inner peace, even though his responsibilities were complicated and he had a lot of money. He knew that a life full of things that aren't needed is a life that isn't focused on its real purpose, as shown by his ideas. You can focus on doing things that are in line with your values if you get rid of the things that aren't important to you. Figuring out what's important and letting go of the rest gives us a clear sense of purpose, which encourages and drives us to act with purpose and not just because we feel like it. Everything is stronger when you do it with full care and purpose in a simpler life. The things we do and decisions we make that really show who we are and our desire to live a good life stay the same. So being simple isn't just having less stuff, it's creating a setting inside and outside of yourself that makes you want to behave well. It's about making sure that your life is stress-free and that every choice you make is the right one. Everything we do has a reason and a purpose. Let us be like Marcus Aurelius and do what the Stoics say: make things easier. Making this change will help us build a life based on the clarity of simplicity instead of the chaos of complexity. This is how we live our lives in line with the Stoic ideal. We see simplicity not just as a desire for the bare necessities, but also as a deep way to live deeply, effectively, and with purpose. How often have you looked for a rock or a source of guidance to help you get through the tough times and feel like you're cut off from the rest of the world? You know, sometimes it feels like we're in the middle of nowhere, but where can we find happiness and strength? The great thinkers of the past saw problems in life not only as lessons, but also as chances to grow in important ways, like becoming more patient, honest, and kind. They taught us that every moment of being alone is a chance to grow as a person and to reflect on our lives. However, how can we use our bad feelings to drive us to become better? Don't give up because we're afraid of being left alone. Instead, keep your heart open to new, honest relationships. The answer is found in the 10 lessons of Stoicism. These lessons teach us how to find real happiness and meaning in our lives by relating deeply with the people around us. Number 1. Not enough social chances. The fact that we don't get to talk to many other people makes many of us feel lonely and alone. This can make you feel lost and alone very quickly. Though Stoicism tells us that every problem is a chance to meet new people and make friends. So the question is how we can apply this idea to the fact that we don't have many chances to connect with other people. We should think about how to do that. Should we really be afraid of being alone, or can we use it to grow as people? Not being able to talk to other people isn't always a flaw. Sometimes it's a chance to grow as people, learn new things, and take care of our minds. If we want to be happy and at peace, Stoicism tells us not to depend on what's going on around us. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to change the fact that we're lonely. We should instead look for and seize every chance to connect with people around us. To begin, we can join online groups with people who like the same things we do, organize or attend small events, or just be nice to our neighbors and coworkers. Can we face and get past our flaws so that we can make room for new, important relationships? That's the question. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, said, "If you want to be loved, love." Being able to love and open up to others is always the key to new chances and getting past the problems of being alone and not having many ways to talk to people. That's what it means to live a life where we learn to value and look for purpose in every event. There are obstacles and chances in every day. We might feel like everything we knew is gone when these things happen, but they also give us a chance to find ourselves again, grow, and find our inner power. Let's talk about how to be open to change and make the most of it. Today, people may not have as many social choices for a number of reasons. It's easy to feel alone when you live in a city, use technology to talk to people, and have a lot of work and personal responsibilities. People can feel alone, worried, and cut off from other people when they don't have enough social contact. Read about the Stoics, especially Marcus Aurelius, to learn how to deal with these issues and keep our inner peace. Get used to the real world. Marcus Aurelius said we should accept the things we can't change. Take a deep breath and think about what you can change in your social life. You control your mind, not what happens in the outside world. Know this, and you will be strong. Being aware and in the present. Being in the present can help ease the stress that comes with not having many social opportunities. Take an active part in everything you do, whether you're by yourself or with other people online. The speaker said, "Lock yourself in the present." Being independent. This is a good time to get stronger and learn to count on yourself. Find things you can do, skills you can learn, and hobbies you can enjoy by yourself. The only thing you need to make your life happy is to change the way you think. Find small ways to connect with other people, even if they aren't normal social settings. This will help you make friends. Saying something nice to a friend or neighbor can go a long way. Men exist for the sake of each other, then teach them or put up with them. Outside time will help you feel like you're a part of something bigger than yourself. Being outside can help you calm down and remember that life isn't just about your own troubles. Look deeply into nature, and then you'll understand everything better. These Stoic ideas will help you stay calm and strong even when you don't have many chances to hang out with other people. Remember that what's going on around us doesn't affect our peace of mind. How we handle it does. Number 2. Things changing. Like the never-ending wheel of fate, things will change. We're often in new situations, like when our jobs or where we live change, or when our relationships with other people change. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most important Stoic thinkers, said, "Accept everything that happens, even if you don't like it, because it leads to this." But what can we do when things change, especially when we lose friends? You might feel lonely and out of place at first if you move to a new city and don't know anyone there. You can get out of your safe zone, meet new people, and make real relationships, though. Anyone who leaves their safe place wants to do more than just make friends. They want to grow as a person. Change is hard, but it also gives you a chance to try something new. Have you ever thought that when you lose a friend, you gain something? You might find new skills and interests and learn how to be more independent when you're by yourself. If your relationships change, it could mean that you are changing and learning more about yourself and the world. How can these changes help us and our relationships get better? Always keep in mind that the world is teaching us and that every event can help us grow. We not only meet new people when we're open to change, but we also find the strength, grit, and courage to handle any task on our next life trip. As we move through life, each new situation is not only a task, but also a chance. It might seem like a problem at first to not have any friends, but it's actually a chance to get stronger, more independent, and ready for new relationships. We should let our hearts open, find out more about ourselves, and look for real, deep bonds right now. We can learn and help each other through these links. Tell us about times when your life changed and how you got stronger and made new friends. Tell us about your story in the space below. It might help people who are going through the same thing. You have to change for life to stay the same. Our happiness and success rely on how well we can handle and adapt to new things, like getting a new job, moving, or something that just pops up out of the blue. A Stoic philosopher named Marcus Aurelius wrote about how to stay calm and strong when things change. You will learn how to keep your cool like a Stoic in this lesson. Know that everything changes. That's the important point. Know that things change all the time. It was important to Marcus Aurelius to remember that everything in life is short. Being less connected to the present and more open to change can come from realizing that both good and bad times don't last forever. Observe constantly that all things take place by change, and accustom yourself to consider that the nature of the universe loves nothing so much as to change. Pay attention to what you can change. It's important to know what you can and can't change. Instead of focusing on what's going on in the world, Stoicism advises us to concentrate on our own thoughts and deeds. When we think about how we will handle change instead of the change itself, we can stay calm and do our best. You control your mind, not what happens in the outside world. Know this, and you will be strong. Remember that change is a chance to grow and get better. There are hard times that come with change, but you can also grow as a person. If we think about it that way, change can help us grow. This will help us be strong and interested when we go into new settings. The thing that stops people from acting moves things forward. What gets in the way turns into the way. Pay attention to being thoughtful and present. Be aware and present all the time. When things change, being mindful helps us keep our feet on the ground. We can enjoy the present more and worry less about the future if we pay attention to it and fully engage with what we are experiencing at this very moment. Confine yourself to the present. Learn to be grateful and open to what comes your way. Take a moment to smile and be grateful for what you have. When we are thankful, we focus on what we do have instead of what we don't have. This makes us feel better. On the other hand, acceptance means seeing the truth without trying to change it. These things help us stay cool and happy when things change. Number 3, being shy or being shy. A lot of us who like to hang out with other people still want to be social. A big problem on this path is that people often don't know how to share without being shy or introverted. But let's change the words. As the great philosopher Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not over events outside of you. Know this, and you will become stronger." How can we use this idea to stop being shy and join in? Take a look at an example. The rich and powerful like to read, think, and write. In the busy world we live in now, this silence is lonely at big parties or social events. Not for life, but so the rich can talk about what they do and think. Not only lets you in, but also invites you to connect deeply with your soul and the world around you. It also helps you build a connection built on trust and respect. But how can we get over the fear and worry that coming clean and sharing can cause? Love and self-love are the answers. What matters is not how many friends you have, but how well you get along with them. We build a family of deep bonds built on mutual respect and shared values as we get to know ourselves better. Being shy or having a bad mood can be a great asset if you look closely. Marcus Aurelius's words come to mind when you think about how people grow and families are built. Let's look ahead and find our inner strength. Then we can use that to build strong, meaningful relationships. That way, shame or involvement won't be a part of us, but will instead help us understand the world and the people in it better. There are times when we think about the bigger picture of life. There are a lot of feelings that are making us feel lost. But have you ever thought about how to find a place where your soul can rest? If Stoicism is the key, could it also be the key that opens the door? In the 4th lesson of Peace, we'll learn about the power of Stoic philosophy, which can help us solve our mental problems in a calm and cheerful way. Number 4, mind health. When he was alive, Marcus Aurelius, a great philosopher and well-known Stoic, talked about the freedom of the spirit and how your thoughts affect your happiness. So how do we think these kinds of things, especially when we're feeling lonely or alone? Self-control, understanding, and saying thank you are the 3 key thoughts that will help you find the answer. Self-control is more than just keeping your cool when things go wrong. It also means being very aware of how you act when you don't have any friends or family. How about this? Do you use your alone time to learn more about yourself? Do you try to figure out what makes you feel that way and how that changes what you do and how you choose to act? Acknowledging and accepting your truth is not the same thing as shutting up. Being aware that you are lonely right now is a part of growing as a person. Why do I feel lonely? What can I learn from this feeling? Last but not least, Thanksgiving is one of the most useful things a Stoic can have. If we think about what we're thankful for, it always makes us feel better and gives us mental power. Every day, do you take some time to think about what you're grateful for? There are some things in life we can't change, but we can change how we handle them. You won't be lonely just because you don't have any friends. It's good for your mental health to live a happy, deep life. One must first find out who they are. Remember that we can live in any way we want, so let's make the most of that power. Remember that taking care of your mind is just as important as taking care of your body. When the mind is balanced, it is strong, flexible, and able to deal with problems in life without much trouble. Stoics, especially Marcus Aurelius, showed us how to get and stay mentally healthy for a long time. We can train our thoughts to stay calm no matter what is going on around us if we follow Stoic ideas. Change the way you see things. Marcus Aurelius said that what we think and believe determines what is real. It's not the events that worry us, but the way we think about them. We can change how we feel by changing how we see things. Use. Pay attention to your thoughts and feelings and fight them. You should ask yourself if the way you see something is right or if it's skewed by opinions that aren't needed. Pay attention to what you can change. The Stoics say it's important to know what we can and can't change. We can keep our peace by paying attention to the things we can change, like the way we think, act, and react. How to use. Make a list of the things you can and cannot change in your life. Let go of the things you can't change and focus on the things you can. Imagining bad things happening can help. As a Stoic practice, picture the worst-case scenarios to get your mind ready for anything that could happen. This can help us be less worried about what we don't know and more thankful for what we do have. Do this every day. Think about the bad things that could happen or the things you could lose. Don't lose your cool when things get tough. This workout can help you get stronger. Take on a thankful attitude. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, often thought about the good things in his life. We focus on what we have instead of what we don't have when we are thankful. This makes us feel good and calm. How to use. Write in a book of thanks. Every day, write down 3 things you're grateful for. This method can help you feel better and calmer all around. Let go of the idea that things will always be the same. This is what Stoicism is all about. When you fight change, it doesn't help to hurt people. It brings peace to accept it. Use. Keep telling yourself that everything is only temporary. Know that change is a chance to grow, not a threat to your safety. By living your life by these Stoic ideas, you can make your mind strong and calm. Remember that taking care of your mental health is something you do all the time. Like any other muscle, it gets bigger with daily workout and good care. Remember what Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics said and deal with life's problems in a calm and sure way. Number 5. Trouble with trust. Stoic philosophy, which is full of timeless knowledge, gives us the tools we need to build and keep this base strong. But what does this mean for us in real life? Let's start by talking about trust in friendship. It's not always easy to trust. It takes being able to accept, understand, and sometimes forget. Seneca once said, "No one can live happily who only cares about himself, and turns everything into a question of his own utility. When it comes to friendship, we should accept our friends as they are, flaws and all, and not expect too much from them. To keep your confidence up, it takes time and work. We and our relationships change over time because we know ourselves and are open to change. Stoicism tells us that the only thing we can change is how we react to the things that happen in our lives. An important question to ask ourselves is, am I ready to accept and adapt to both my own or my friends' changes? Third, and perhaps most importantly, is the importance of honest conversation and the right amount of talking and listening. It's not enough to just say what we feel and think. We also need to try to understand and react to what other people feel and think. Marcus Aurelius said that your happiness depends on the thoughts you have. This balance in how you talk to each other not only helps build trust, but it also makes the friendship stronger. Have I really listened and tried to understand my friend? Am I willing to share my thoughts and feelings with them? These are important steps to take to build trust and find true peace and happiness. To be friends, trust isn't just a goal, it's a process, a journey. It's not enough to just make friends. You need to get better too. Don't forget that every problem is an opportunity to learn, grow, and get better. Together, let's go on this trip, gain trust, and form bonds that matter and last. From a Stoic point of view, we recently talked about how trust problems can teach us to be careful and independent in our lives. Before we talk about how different tastes make each person special, though, we'd like to thank you all for watching. Thank you for watching, liking, and sharing this movie. It will help us learn more about the idea of self-discipline and how it can be used in our daily lives. Number 6. Having a lot of different hobbies. Imagine that everyone around you is giving you their own unique take on a big picture. Their different points of view don't make the picture less important. They help you understand it better instead. When we deal with other people, Stoicism tells us to keep this in mind. Someone named Marcus Aurelius said that everything we see and hear is a point of view and not the truth. It's important to accept and respect differences because they are a part of life. Now we need to think about how these differences can help us and the people around us. Listen carefully and learn from other people. This is the first and most important thing we can do. Be open and know that everyone has something to offer. Then we can learn something new from everyone we meet. People will be nicer and more accepting to us because of this. It will also help us understand the world better. Being polite and open to differences is important if you want to value and respect them. We understand how important every touch and connection is when we stop seeing differences as issues and start seeing them as chances to learn and fit in. Now the question is how to find things we have in common while still valuing and learning from our differences. This makes us think about ourselves and the world around us. When we ask, what about this point of view could help me understand better or make my relationships better? We start to look into things and build bridges that connect our souls. One important thing to learn from Stoicism is that having different thoughts and tastes is both a problem and a gift that you should value. Our lives become free and meaningful when we accept and value our differences. We also learn how to live together happily. Someone else might be moved by hearing about how Lesson 6 changed you. Write down what you think and feel. Have you ever thought about whether not getting along with others is a bad thing or a sign of being free? Let's explore the unexplored parts of Stoic philosophy, where our flaws can become endless sources of inspiration that help us learn more about ourselves and prove how valuable freedom really is. To live a healthy and happy life, it's important to have a lot of different hobbies. Hobbies let people show off their skills, relax, and grow as people. They give you a break from your daily life and can help you sleep better, feel less stressed, and even meet new people. Being interested in many things, like writing, farming, playing an instrument, or camping, can make your life better in many ways. Good for your mental health. Your mental health can improve a lot if you have hobbies that make you feel less stressed and worried. In the brain, dopamine is linked to pleasure and happiness. It can come out when you do things you enjoy. This can help you feel better all around and fight sadness. Getting better at things. Hobbies can help you learn a lot of different things. One example is that learning to play an instrument can improve your brain power and hand-eye balance. Another example is that cooking can help you be more creative and accurate. Being interested in many things can help you learn new skills that can be used in many areas of your life. Giving out social links. People often meet new people and make ties that last through their hobbies. If you're interested in something, joining a club, group, or class can help you meet people who share your hobbies. This can then help you make friends and feel like you belong. Work-life balance. Having hobbies can help you find a better balance between work and life. Having fun outside of work can help you stay healthy and avoid getting burned out. You can relax and recover in this way, which will help you be more focused and get more done when you get back to work. Every person's growth and happiness. Having lots of hobbies helps you grow as a person and learn new things about yourself. It can make you feel like you've achieved something and help you find skills you didn't know you had. People get a sense of meaning and satisfaction from their hobbies, which makes their lives more satisfying and full. Being interested in many things is more than just a way to pass the time. On top of that, it helps your mental health, your skills, your social life, your work-life balance, and your personal growth. Try new things and pick up new hobbies. Your life will be more healthy, happy, and full. 7th, not getting along with other people. Making friends doesn't just happen. You have to put in work and have the right mindset. People who aren't good at making friends may find it hard to make real friends because of their busy lives. Stoicism, on the other hand, says that we should see all problems as chances to get better and stronger. This includes problems like not having good social skills. Things that happen to you don't matter as much as how you deal with them. The words of Epicurean tell us that we can change the way we think and deal with issues. What can we do with this information to get along better with other people? From the point of view of a Stoic, someone who is afraid of making new friends because they don't want to be turned down or rejected is not doing anything wrong. Instead, it's a chance to think about, what factors really lie within my control? How can I grow from this experience? This person doesn't need to try to be liked by others. Instead, they can work on being empathetic, honest, and a good listener, all of which are important for any long-term relationship. In his writings, Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, said that the thoughts we have about things make up our lives. That line makes us want to set small goals, like going to social events without thinking about what other people will think. This is good for our mental health and sense of self-worth. People who don't have good social skills shouldn't see it as a huge problem that they can't solve. Instead, they should see it as a chance to really grow and get better. People tell us to be responsible for what we think and do. Don't take small steps when you see problems as chances to grow as a person. Instead, work on being sincere, listening well, and having understanding. These are the things that make interactions important. Number 8. Changing your goals or going bigger. Every step we take in life is both a trip through space and a deep dive into our souls. As our hopes and dreams change and lead us down new roads we didn't expect, have you ever thought about how our friends will also change? it dawns on us that the number of friends we have changes too. We have learned from Stoicism that this is not a sign of loneliness or lack, but of deep personal growth. We should accept and welcome this idea. Stoic thought tells us that not everyone should be in every relationship. Some relationships don't work out as well as they used to as we get older and our needs change. This is not only normal, it's also important for moving forward. Epictetus said, "Nothing important happens overnight. Even grapes and figs need time to ripen." This reminds us of how important it is to make sure that our relationships still align with our values and goals. Give an example. Anna, an artist, chooses to leave the busy city and move to the country, where it will be quiet and she can work on her art. She sees that some old friends who were always there for her at parties and other social events are becoming less important in her life as she does this. She instead makes friends with other artists in the area who share her goals and hobbies. She has changed, not lost anything. This is an important step in figuring out what's important to her. When you grow as a person, your relationships will change. Are you ready to accept and welcome those changes? Do you want to find relationships that fit better with the person you're becoming and the life you want to live? As a person, you will go through this sometimes. It's a sign that you are on the right path to finding yourself and your life's purpose. Stoics say that every decision and change gives us a chance to become better, stronger, and ultimately the best part of ourselves. Our goals change as we learn and grow. In some cases, this means giving ourselves bigger and harder goals. Why do people change their goals? What are the benefits of setting better goals? How can Stoic ideas help you deal with these changes? Realizing that things need to change. Self-reflection. Take a look at your current goals and see if they still match your values and goals. If things don't move, it might be time to rethink your goals. For example, if you're not inspired or happy with your work, it might be time to change your plans, getting ready for bigger and better things. Making plans to reach new targets. Divide big goals into manageable steps to avoid stress. Learn how to divide bigger goals into manageable steps. They should be open about how they make plans so that they can be changed as time goes on. Ideas from Stoicism on how to set goals. Instead of thinking about what might happen, pay attention to what you can change, what you do, and how you respond. Accept and look forward to pain because it helps you grow. Taking care of your health and balance. How to keep your goals and your health in check so you don't get burned out. Here are some ways to stay motivated and committed to your long-term goals. It can help you grow as a person and be happy to change your goals and make new ones. If you plan ahead and follow Stoic ideas, you can handle these changes well and reach new heights in your personal and work life. Number 9. Choices about how to live. We often feel lonely in this fast-paced world, and friendships aren't based on real-life exchanges as much as they are on blurred pictures on our computers. It makes sense to choose a lifestyle like staying away from technology or living a simple life in this situation. It also shows what your values and goals are when it comes to connecting with other people in a real way. People may find that the quality of their real-life relationships is more important than the amount of internet friends they have if they change how much time they spend on technology. This may cause us many problems, but those problems are opportunities to get better and figure out what's important in our lives, according to a great Stoic philosopher. What makes you happy and content in this busy and loud world? Does your social media fame really show how good your relationships are and how much you value them? Remember that being liked and accepted by everyone doesn't make you happy. You can achieve it if you have self-control, mental freedom, and a good grasp of who you are. You can find real wealth and peace of mind by living a simple life. If you choose to live a simple life, are you ready for the trouble that it will cause? Even more importantly, have all of your choices given you meaning and happiness? Feel free to write your answers and ideas in the space below. We're ready to hear you at any time. 10. Freedom and being able to take care of yourself. In Stoic thought, freedom and being able to take care of yourself go hand in hand. Being self-sufficient means that you can be happy and content with the things that are inside you instead of relying on things that happen to you. The Stoics thought that freedom meant not being ruled by other people or your feelings, which can be very bad. These thoughts give people the strength to live free, strong, and calm lives. Using your inner resources to handle things that happen outside of you. When you're truly self-sufficient, you count on your own thoughts, choices, and actions instead of other people, things, or events. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself in the way you think, he said. Be aware and think about yourself to find peace and happiness inside, no matter what is going on around you, giving up and taking charge. Think about what you can change and accept what you can't. To become free and independent, this thought is very important. Do the best you can with what you have and let the rest happen as it will, said Epictetus. In real life, focus on the things you can control. Keep away from outside goods. Stuff like money and material things are not what makes people happy. Getting away from these things lets you be free and do what you want. Seneca said, "The poor person is not the one who has too little, but the one who wants more." In real life, this means making your life easier and focused on developing your morals and inner traits instead of getting more stuff. Morals and hard work. Having self-discipline and traits like knowledge, courage, justice, and balance can help you be more independent and free. Alexander the Great told his people, "Don't waste any more time arguing about what a good man should be. Do things every day that will help you be more self-disciplined and committed to living a good life. This is what it means to be one." Freedom from strong emotional ties. Thoughts and feelings that are too strong can keep us from being truly free. Get good at these, and your life will be more free and smart. The Stoics believed that freedom was the only useful goal in life. He said, "We win by ignoring things that are out of our control. To stay calm and healthy, learn to control your feelings and let go of the results." Freedom and being able to take care of yourself are important parts of a Stoic way of life. Focusing on what you can control, separating yourself from material things, being self-disciplined, and letting go of strong emotional ties are all things that can help you reach a state of real liberty and happiness. You can live a better, more free life by following the Stoics' classic advice, especially that of Marcus Aurelius. Seneca, a Stoic, said that being able to take care of yourself is the best kind of wealth. This makes us wonder if we put too much stock in the likes and support of those around us. Could their look, every praise and every nod be the lifebuoy we all look for in the eyes of people who choose to go their own way? Why are you valuable? It's not how many friends you have or how well known you are. It's how strong and stable your soul is. They teach us that the most important and rewarding thing to do in life is to trust our own strength. When we learn to be independent and take care of ourselves, we not only learn how to deal with life on our own, but we also learn the value of being alone. To be free from other people's thoughts and actions is important. It also lets us find out about ourselves and the world around us in our own unique way. This is the road some people choose because they think they can hear their hearts and the voice of reason better when they are alone. They find who they are and what's important in life when they're not tangled up in the storms of relationships. Independent living and self-care are more than just ways to take care of yourself. They're also ways to find your true path in life. Remember that being independent and self-sufficient doesn't mean breaking ties with everyone else. In this case, it means picking relationships based on quality rather than number. It means letting people in who really get us and share our ideals. Are you also on the way to becoming independent? Have you ever thought about how some people stand out in any setting? People notice them even when they're not saying anything. They just walk into a room and everyone sounds them. We're going to talk about how to build a powerful presence that makes people look at you and be interested in you while keeping a low profile. Get ready to learn useful tips that will help you feel better about your own self-worth, show that you are calm and safe, and, of course, show that a smile at the right time can open more doors than words. Once you know how to do these things, they will make your social exchanges, networking, and even your personal relationships much better. High of self-esteem. Maintaining a strong sense of self-worth is more than just feeling good about yourself. It's an important part of how you connect with the world. When you have high self-esteem, it shows in everything you do and choose. But how can we keep that unwavering faith and grow it? To begin, it's important to acknowledge and enjoy your successes, no matter how small. Every little win makes you feel better about your confidence. Also, remember to take care of your mind and body. To keep your body in shape, work out daily and eat well. This will easily affect how you feel on the inside. Surrounding yourself with good things is also very important. People you hang out with can really change how you feel about yourself. Choose to be with people who will cheer you on and support you. Celebrate your wins with them. Avoid people who put you down or criticize you all the time, because it will hurt your confidence. Also, show yourself kindness. When you fail or have doubts, be kind to yourself. Know that making mistakes is a normal part of growing up, and that each one is a chance to learn and get better. Lastly, put money into improving yourself. Listen to podcasts, read books, and go to workshops that make you want to learn new things and get better at what you already know. Not only does learning make you smarter, but it also boosts your confidence. The more knowledgeable you feel, the more sure of yourself you become. Always keep in mind that maintaining a good sense of self-worth takes time. It's a process of getting to know yourself, taking care of yourself, and growing as a person. Focusing on improving these areas will not only make you feel better about yourself, but it will also change how other people see and respond to your confident and attractive appearance. Fun sense of humor. A good sense of humor is one of the nicest things about people, especially if you want to be beautiful without saying too much. People can instantly connect with each other by laughing together. It's like a bridge that breaks down the wall of quiet and forms a link almost right away. How, then, can you show that you're funny without always making jokes? First, it's important to know that having a sense of humor doesn't just mean telling jokes. Finding the funny and ironic side of everyday things is a fun way to look at life. Some good ways to show this are with a smile, a funny face, or even by being able to laugh at yourself. A fun way to show off your sense of humor is to use self-irony. People around you feel better when you don't take yourself so seriously all the time. It makes you seem friendly and real, and it encourages people to connect with you with more ease and personal touch. It can also be very appealing to be aware of your mood in daily situations and share it quietly with a look or a gesture. You know when something funny happens and you both look like you know what's going on. These are the little times that say a lot, even though they don't involve talking. You should also work on being able to listen carefully. A lot of the time, how we react to other people's jokes shows how funny we are. Genuinely laughing at other people's jokes and stories not only makes you feel better, but it also makes your relationship stronger. Finally, change your sense of humor to fit the place you're in. In some situations, what works with one group might not work with another. Being able to change your mood depending on what's going on around you is a smart and attractive social skill. As you can see, developing a sense of humor is more than just making jokes. It's an important part of how you talk to people without words. Not only will this skill help you in your daily life, but it will also make you more attractive in a quiet way by making people want to be close to you because you are so happy and light-hearted. Send out your charisma. This vague quality that some people seem to have naturally is called charisma. The good news is that anyone can develop and show their own charisma, even when they're alone. As charming as you are, it's not just what you say or how you say it, it's also how you act and talk to people around you. Pay attention to your appearance to start showing off your charm without speaking. This means giving your full attention to the people and things around you, no matter where you are. A strong, calm appearance can be very beautiful and show confidence even when no words are spoken. Body language is also very important in this case. You can show trust and understanding with an open body language, strong eye contact, and small but important movements. When you lean forward a little and make eye contact while listening carefully, you not only show respect, but you also draw people to you. It's also an art to be friendly and helpful without using words. Use small movements that show you're interested, like nodding your head to show you understand, and smile with your eyes. These small things show that you value the contact, even if you're not actively taking part in the talk. This makes you more charismatic. Becoming more real is another way to boost your charm. Be honest in how you respond and talk to other people. People like people who are honest and true to themselves. A strong form of charm is making people feel like they can trust you to be real. One way to make a deep emotional bond is to be yourself and not hide who you are. Lastly, let your deeds encourage other people. Being charismatic also means setting a good example. Be the honest and brave person who does the right thing even when no one is watching. Actions are more powerful than words and can change how people see you for a long time. When you work on these traits and actions, you'll be able to show strong charm without using words. With this kind of quiet impact, you can become a familiar and interesting presence in any place, drawing people to you easily. Always smile. A smile is one of the most powerful and well-known ways to show emotion. It can get across language and cultural obstacles. But how can a simple smile, even when no one is around, make you look better? Let's look into this more deeply. Not only is smiling a happy reaction, it's also a way to communicate that you are friendly, open, and upbeat. When you smile for real, you show that you're friendly and easy to talk to. In cases where words might not work or are wrong, this can have a big effect. A smile is also powerful because it can change other people's moods. It's easy to spread a smile. People are likely to smile back at you if you smile at them. This simple exchange can make you feel better and build social ties, which can make you more attractive in both personal and business settings. You can also improve your health and well-being by laughing. Neurotransmitters called endorphins are released when you smile. These chemicals make you feel good and lower your stress. In conclusion, smiling not only makes you look better and changes how other people see you, but it also directly improves your physical and mental health. Make sure your smile is real to get the most out of it. A forced smile can make you look fake or not real, which is the opposite of what you want. Be in the present moment more often and find real joy in the things you do every day. This will help your smile look and feel more natural. Taking care of your teeth is another important thing to do. A strong smile looks good. Brushing, cleaning, and trips to the doctor should all be part of your normal tooth care practice. A big smile not only makes you feel better about yourself, but it also makes you look better to other people. To sum up, smile is a strong way to make yourself look better. Smiles can make your social and work life better, so don't forget how important they are. Adding more smiles to your body language will not only make you seem friendlier and more sure of yourself, but it will also bring you mental and physical benefits. Keep your back straight. The way we stand shows the world how confident and proud we are of ourselves. Just because we think it looks good, standing up straight says a lot about who we are and how we feel about the world around us. Let's look at how good balance can make you look and sound more beautiful, even when you're not talking. To show confidence and safety, it's important to keep your back straight. Straightening your shoulders and back will not only improve your health by avoiding muscle pain and problems, but it will also change how other people see you. People who have good balance are often thought to be smarter, more busy, and even happier. Good posture not only makes you look better, but it also helps you breathe better. Breathing correctly is a key part of managing stress and staying calm, which can be very important in high-stress scenarios. A good breathing pattern can also help you speak more clearly and effectively if you choose to talk too. Strengthening your core muscles through yoga, Pilates, or strength training is a good way to start changing your posture. These activities not only help fix muscle weaknesses, but they also make you more aware of your body, which makes it easier to keep good posture all day. Also, watch how you sit, especially if you spend a lot of time at a desk or computer. Set up your chair and desk so that you can sit in a comfortable way and get up and move around often during breaks. Do the power pose before big events. This is another useful tip. For this method, you need to stand with your feet apart and your hands on your hips for a few minutes. Studies have shown that this practice can actually raise the levels of hormones that make you feel confident and lower the levels of hormones that make you feel stressed. Finally, keep in mind that your stance shows how you're feeling inside. Improving your stance can happen easily as you work on your self-esteem and confidence. You will not only be better for your health by keeping your back straight and healthy, but you will also be more present and attractive. Be kind to others. Being altruistic is a trait that goes beyond words and shows up in everyday actions. Being genuinely concerned for others and acting without expecting anything in return not only makes the other person's life better, but it also makes the giving much more beautiful. Let's talk about how being kind to others can make you incredibly beautiful, even when you're alone. Altruism includes everything from small acts of kindness, like keeping the door open for someone, to bigger promises, like working regularly for a local cause. These acts of kindness show that you care about other people, which are very valuable in any social or business setting. Being aware of the wants of those around you is the first step to becoming more altruistic. A simple action, like smiling, paying close attention when someone talks, or helping someone who is having a hard time, can sometimes have a big effect. These quiet acts have a big effect that lasts long after they are done. Volunteering in the community is another way to encourage kindness. Giving to good causes or volunteering not only does good things for society, but also helps people connect with each other in ways that are based on mutual respect and care. In addition, this makes you a better person and helps you learn leadership and group skills, all of which are attractive. Being altruistic is also good for the mental and physical health of the person who does it. Helping other people has been shown to lower stress and make people live longer. People who do good things often feel good about themselves and happy afterwards. This is called the helper's high, and it's the good feeling that comes from doing good things. Make small, doable acts of kindness a regular part of your life to become more altruistic. An easy way to do this is to compliment 3 people every day. For more difficult tasks, start a group project. The important thing is that you make these acts a normal part of how you deal with the world. Finally, being kind to others is a quiet but very beautiful way to get noticed. Being ready to do something to make the world a better place shows that you care about other people. People not only want to be with you because of this trait, they also admire and respect you a lot. Put on a nice perfume. A good cologne does more than just make you smell good. It can say a lot about who you are and what you stand for, even if you don't say a word. The right scent can not only make you feel better about yourself, but it can also leave a lasting impact on those around you. Let's talk about how to pick out and wear perfume so that it makes you look your best. Without being seen, perfume is an art form that can bring back memories and feelings. So picking the right scent is very important. You want one that goes well with your attitude and way of life. For example, you might want to wear lighter, cleaner smells every day, while stronger, more striking scents are better saved for nights out or special events. Less is more when it comes to cologne. Making a soft air is what you want to do, not a strong presence. Put it behind your ears, on your wrists, or even behind your knees to feel the pulse. These places give off heat, which helps the smell spread better throughout the day. Along with picking the right perfume and putting it properly, you should also think about how long the scent lasts and how far it spreads. Some perfumes are made to be light and understated, which makes them great for work or other places where you will be close to other people. Some people have a better presence and can make a strong statement at social events. Also, perfume can be a great way to start a chat. A nice scent can often pique someone's interest, which can lead to questions about the brand or type of perfume, which can lead to deeper talks and more important connections. Lastly, be steady with the scent you use. People will start to think of you when they smell the one that you love and that fits who you are well. This can strengthen your personal appearance and make you stand out. This can be especially helpful in places where making a good first impression is important. If you choose the right cologne and use it properly, it's not only a way to improve your personal cleanliness, it's also an extension of your personality and a great way to make yourself look better. It helps you make an impact that lasts by giving your quiet presence a whole new level of class and intrigue. Look calm. Being calm is a very beautiful trait that can make the difference between disappearing into the background and being loved and respected. Being calm shows that you are in charge, trustworthy, and easy to talk to, all of which are attractive in both personal and business situations. We will talk about how to find and show this peace, even when things are crazy in everyday life. To start looking calm, you need to learn how to handle your own feelings. Some methods that can help with this are yoga, meditation, and deep breathing. These things help you calm down and clear your thoughts, so you can stay cool even when things get tough. Being able to stay calm in difficult situations is another important skill. Being calm requires a lot of patience, which you can build up by practicing mindfulness. For instance, instead of getting angry when you're stuck in a long line or heavy traffic, see it as a chance to learn how to be patient and accepting. Body language is also a very important part of detecting peace. Relax your body and keep your position open. Don't move quickly and make sure you keep eye contact. You can feel more at ease when you do these things, as well as making yourself look calmer. Keeping track of your time well can also help you look calm. People who are always in a hurry or are late can give off an air of stress or chaos. Make a schedule for the day ahead of time and leave enough time between meetings to avoid being rushed and stressed out for no reason. Another place where calmness can be shown is in communication. Some things that help project a sense of calm and control are speaking clearly and calmly, pausing on purpose, and speaking with a low voice. You can show that you are calm even when you aren't speaking by nodding and smiling lightly. Lastly, always be ready for things that you didn't plan for. People who can deal with failures in a cool and determined way not only boost confidence, but also seem very professional and emotionally strong. Finally, it is possible to get better at making yourself look calm. All you need is practice and focus. Building up your calmness will not only make your life better, but it will also make you more beautiful and powerful in every area of it. Have body language that persuades. It might seem hard to learn how to be persuasive without saying a word, but it is possible with good non-verbal communication. Being able to persuade people with your body language, face emotions, and energy is a great way to gain influence and attract people. Let's talk about how to improve your quiet presence by developing and using effective body language. To begin, it is very important to understand the basics of non-verbal communication. Eye contact, stance, movements, and facial reactions are all part of this. For example, making direct, sure-of-yourself eye contact can show that you are sincere and sure of what you believe, while an open, calm stance can show that you are willing to listen and trust. Additionally, body language can be very useful for stressing points without using words. A nod, for instance, can show that you agree, while pointing to something can draw attention to it and make a point stand out. These are minor but strong parts of influence. Using your facial emotions to support and add to your message is another method. A frown can show dislike or doubt without having to talk about it, while a smile can ease a straight tone. When you use these phrases, be careful that they come across as real and not as an attempt to trick someone. Also, it's important to make sure that your moves and facial reactions fit with what's going on. In other words, you should change your body language depending on the people and the setting. For instance, in a business setting, it might be better to keep your body language more serious and under control. On the other hand, in a casual setting, it might be better to be more open and relaxed. Along with special methods, it's important to learn how to read situations. Pay attention to how people around you respond and change how you act if you need to. A key part of quiet persuading is being able to read the room and change your body language in real time. Lastly, it's important to be consistent. Consistency in your body language is important if you want to persuade someone. When what you do and what you seem to say are not the same, it can cause misunderstanding and hurt your trustworthiness. So, to stay clear and effective, it's important to make sure your body language matches your true goals. In short, you don't have to speak loudly to use powerful words. You can learn to use your body language to attract and influence people more effectively with practice and attention to detail. This will help you speak more effectively without words. Add a sense of mystery. Creating an air of surprise can be a captivating and interesting strategy, especially if you want to make an impression without using words too much. People may be more interested in you if you're a little mysterious. They will try to figure out what's behind your quiet exterior. Let's look at some minor but effective ways you can build up this mysterious air. First, it's important to know that keeping something mysterious doesn't mean being hard to get in touch with. Instead, it's about slowly showing who you are by sharing private details in a smart and careful way. This keeps people interested and gives you power over how people see you and how they think about you. Making people feel mysterious can be done by how you act and talk. People can guess what you're feeling or thinking by things like a thoughtful look, a pause in a talk, or the deliberate use of silence. These small things give you more depth as a person and make people interested in you. Pick the times and places where you share more about yourself very carefully as well. Being quieter can sometimes make people more interested in you. At a party, for example, you might not want to give out all of your personal information right away, so you might choose to talk about your hobbies or interests in a more general way, letting people find out more about you over time. Another thing you can do is find a good mix between being friendly and keeping your space. It can be interesting to be involved in talks and social relationships without giving away all of your ideas and feelings. People may be interested in you because you can fit in with the group while still keeping something private. Also, it's helpful to have interests or hobbies that not many people share or that you do by yourself. When people learn that you have an interesting or unusual hobby, it makes you seem more mysterious. These tasks can also be great ways to start a talk because they show just enough to make people want to know more. Finally, if you want to create an air of mystery, you need to be consistent. This means staying in a certain position and way of doing things over time. People can get confused and lose the wonder you're trying to create if you make big changes to how you act or how you show yourself. To put it simply, creating an air of mystery depends on how you talk, what you say, and when you say it. Keeping these things in check will help you make an interesting aura that makes people want to learn more about you while still letting you control your own story. Don't make small talk. Being able to avoid pointless chatter and focus on deeper conversations can not only improve the quality of your relationships, but also make you more attractive by showing that you value depth and substance in your talks. Our discussion will focus on how to avoid small talk and instead give the impression of growth and understanding. To begin, it's important to know when and how to have deeper discussions. Small talk is often needed to break the ice, but if it goes on for too long, it can get boring. By showing that you value deeper, more informative conversations, you'll attract people who value the same things, making bonds that are more important and last longer. One way to cut down on small talk is to move the conversation from small talk to areas of common interest that take a bit more thought and participation. Instead of asking, "How's the weather?" you could ask, "What are the books that have had a big impact on your life?" This will not only make the conversation more interesting, but it will also help you learn a lot more about the other person. Also, work on listening actively. This means that you should listen to what is being said instead of just waiting your turn to talk. Active listening makes the other person more likely to talk about their feelings and thoughts, which leads to a deeper and more important conversation. Showing that you are interested in what other people have to say also makes you more charismatic and beautiful. You could also use open-ended questions that need more detailed answers. Instead of yes or no replies, which tend to end discussions, questions that start with how, why, or what do you think about get more detailed and thought-provoking answers. Also, remember to pay attention to the situation and surroundings. In some settings, it might not be a good idea to get into deep topics right away. An important communication skill is knowing when to bring up these topics. Finally, come up with your own thoughts and ideas and share them. It can be very appealing to have a well-thought-out point of view and be able to explain it clearly. This shows that you not only think deeply, but also that you are ready to share and argue your points of view in a kind and careful way. How to tell the difference between opinions and facts. To communicate clearly and keep relationships healthy, it's important to know and understand the difference between facts and views. This knowledge not only raises the bar for how you deal with others, but it also makes it easier for you to convince and influence people in a polite and well-informed way. Let's talk about how to get better at this skill and how it makes you more attractive as a thoughtful person. To begin, it is important to understand that a fact is a statement that can be checked, while an opinion is a personal view or decision that can be changed by feelings or experiences. In your talks, making the difference between the two clear can show that you are an honest thinker and help you have a more objective and less heated conversation. In order to learn this difference, whenever you're about to say something, ask yourself if it can be proven or if it's just your own opinion or view. This mirror not only makes you seem more trustworthy, but it also creates an atmosphere where people can talk about their ideas in a more open and polite way. Also, make sure that the facts you use come from trustworthy and up-to-date sources. This is especially important when talking about sensitive or difficult subjects, since wrong information can easily cloud understanding and cause people to come to the wrong conclusions. People will value and be interested in your ideas more if they know you base your claims on facts that can be checked. When you give your view, be sure it's clear that it's your own. This can be done by saying things like, "I believe," or "in my opinion." This makes it clear that their comments are subjective and also lets other people share their own views without making it seem like there is a battle over who is right or wrong. It's also important to practice active listening during this process. You can make a place where people respect and understand each other by listening carefully and giving credit to both facts and views. This can make people more open and willing to work together, which are great traits to have in any situation, personal or business. Last but not least, learn how to fight well and politely. There is an art to knowing when to use facts to support your point and when to realize that you are giving your opinion. If you can master this art, you will be much more convincing and influential in talks. This will not only help you communicate better, but it will also make you look better and earn more respect. Our path and fate are shaped by the choices we make along the way. What if I told you that what you choose not to do is more important than what you do? Intelligent people, those who really grow and find value in their lives, know exactly what to avoid. They live their lives with a mix of knowledge and judgment that is very similar to what Stoicism teaches. Today, based on timeless Stoic principles, we're going to talk in depth about the bad habits and mistakes that smart people avoid. You can create a life full of meaning, growth, and inner peace if you understand and follow these steps. Intelligent people are very picky about the people they talk to and avoid pointless conversations. Time is the most valuable thing we have, and how we spend it shows what's important to us and what we value. It might seem safe to make small talk with strangers or talk about other people behind their backs, but these kinds of chats are usually shallow and pointless. Smart people don't waste their time talking about unimportant things like the weather, sports scores, or what people did over the weekend. Instead, they look for conversations that feed their minds and hearts. They know that every talk is a chance to get to know each other better, learn something new, and grow. For example, let's say you're at a party where everyone is talking about unimportant things. It's easy to get caught up in this, but a smart person would guide the conversation to more important topics. They could talk about a new book they read, think about what current events mean, or get deep into spiritual issues. This way of talking not only makes it more interesting, but it also lets people share more thoughts. It's about making connections that make both people feel educated and motivated. The Stoic philosophy tells us to pay attention to what's important and live our lives in line with our values. This behavior fits in well with that. The Stoics thought that real relationships and conversations were very important. They would say that talking about nothing is a waste of time that keeps us from seeking knowledge and improving ourselves. Smart people follow the Stoic concept of living on purpose and making the most of every moment by deciding to have talks that count. Also, staying away from pointless conversations helps smart people keep their mental energy and focus. The knowledge and events around us are soaked up by our brains like sponges. We leave less room for thoughts that can really make our lives better when we fill them with talk or small things. Intelligent people know this and choose to fill their minds with information and thoughts that help them move forward. They know that every exchange shows something about who they are, so they try to make it as interesting as possible. Intelligent people know that the people they hang out with affect their general health. By hanging out with people who like to have deep and interesting conversations, they build a network of support that helps them grow and develop. This is another Stoic idea, the thought that the people we hang out with shape us. Seneca said it was important to hang out with positive and inspiring people. Intelligent people show this knowledge by carefully choosing the talks they have with others so that they are important and have value. Intelligent people are very different in this way because they know how important it is to accept all kinds of information and thoughts. They know that if they choose to stay ignorant about certain problems or themes, they compromise their growth potential and miss out on important chances to learn more. True knowledge means being open to the unknown, even when it makes you feel bad. Think about it. The world we live in is full of information, and every day we learn something new or come up with an idea. Intelligent people see this wealth as an opportunity rather than a threat. They are always interested in new things and want to learn more. Because they want to learn, they are always looking for new points of view, even ones that might go against what they already believe. It's not about showing who's right. It's about getting the truth, no matter where it takes them. This way of doing things fits nicely with the Stoic dedication to knowledge and truth. The Stoics said that we become wise when we see things as they really are, not how we would like them to be. They thought it was important to face hard facts head-on, seeing them as chances to grow rather than problems. Intelligent people live by this Stoic concept by being aware of what they don't know and willing to learn from others. They know that intellectual humility is an important part of growing as a person. When people say what they don't know, they make room for new information and ideas. Intelligent people know that choosing to be ignorant can lead to bad things. In our linked world, not knowing something can make you make bad choices, cause misunderstandings, and even hurt other people. Smart people make better decisions when they stay aware and look at things from different points of view. They know that learning, unlearning, and learning again are all parts of real wisdom. This never-ending circle of intellectual growth helps them think more clearly and wisely about tough problems. Let us look at the area of social and political problems as an example. It's easy to stay in our own echo chambers and only watch or read things that support what we already believe. Smart people, on the other hand, push themselves to leave these safe zones. They look for information from a variety of sources, talk to people who have different opinions, and try to understand the bigger picture. Being open-minded not only helps them see things from a different point of view, but it also helps them understand and empathize with others. They know that being educated doesn't just mean gathering facts. It also means getting to know the world on a deeper level. Intelligent people use this idea in their daily lives too. They know that facing hard facts about themselves is often a part of growing as a person. They know that honesty is the first step to growth. whether it's admitting a flaw, accepting a mistake, or facing a limiting belief. This understanding of oneself is a key part of the Stoic practice of examining oneself. The Stoics thought that people should think about their deeds and thoughts on a daily basis to make sure they were in line with their values. Intelligent people follow this example by always trying to get smarter and better. Intelligent people are brave enough to think for themselves and don't have to fit in by doing what everyone else does. They know that real wisdom means being able to think about and question the status quo instead of just going along with it. They can think for themselves, which gives them the freedom to come up with new ideas, solve problems in creative ways, and make choices that are in line with their values and beliefs. There is a lot of pressure in our society to fit in. We get messages all the time about what we should think, do, and look, from political views to dress styles. But smart people know that following the crowd just to fit in can be bad. They are aware that social rules aren't always based on common sense or what's best for people or society as a whole. They don't take things at face value. Instead, they think about them and try to understand them. The Stoics thought that being honest and having ethics were very important. People were told to stay true to themselves, even if it meant being different from everyone else. Intelligent people live up to this Stoic ideal by valuing their own uniqueness and freedom. They know that their own unique ideas and points of view are important and shouldn't be given up in order to fit in. Intelligent people know that following the rules can stop them from being creative and coming up with new ideas. It's hard for new thoughts to come up when everyone acts and thinks the same way. Intelligent people make a space for imagination to grow by being brave enough to be different. They aren't afraid to question long-held views and customs and think outside the box. Breaking away from the norm frequently results in discoveries and progress that wouldn't be possible in minds that are compliant. Think about some of the smartest and most creative people who have ever lived. People like Socrates, Galileo, and Einstein didn't follow the rules and were brave enough to question what everyone else thought at the time. They were ready to question and think for themselves, which led to important findings and progress in our understanding. Intelligent people today keep a healthy sense of doubt and curiosity, just like they did. They know that to make progress, you have to question the status quo and look at new options. Additionally, smart people know that uniformity can cause them to lose their personality and happiness. We risk losing touch with our own values and passions when we try to live up to other people's standards and expectations. Intelligent people put a high value on living in a way that is true to themselves and their own views and goals. They know that the only way to be truly happy is to act in line with their deepest beliefs, not to try to please other people. This concept shows up in the way they connect with others as well. Intelligent people are careful about the people they hang out with, making sure they choose people who accept their freedom and help them grow. They stay away from poisonous places where uniformity is expected and look for places that value individuality and different ways of thinking. This method not only makes them happier, but it also helps build an attitude of respect for each other and intellectual freedom. Intelligent people try not to take things personally because they know that how someone reacts to events or words is usually based on their own biases, fears, or perceptions. They know that most people's actions are shaped by their own thoughts and experiences, and that not everything is about them. Realizing this helps them separate their self-worth from other people's thoughts and actions, which helps them keep their mental balance and inner peace. Imagine that someone says something mean about your work or criticizes it. It's normal to feel angry or hurt. Smart people, on the other hand, have learned to look past their initial feelings. They know that the criticism might not really show how good they are, but rather how the critic feels about certain things or their own standards. From this point of view, they can reply quietly and creatively instead of emotionally. They know that taking things personally can make it hard for them to make good decisions and grow. The Stoic school of thought is closely linked with this attitude. Focus on what you can change and accept what you can't. That's what the Stoics taught. They stressed how important it was to stay calm inside, no matter what was going on outside. Intelligent people follow this rule by not letting other people's actions or words bother them. They work on being emotionally strong because they know that their worth comes from the good things they do and not from what other people say about them. Smart people can also look at things more clearly if they don't take things personally. When they are criticized or in a fight, they can take a step back and look at it from different points of view, seeing things from other people's points of view and feeling what they are feeling. They are better able to handle social situations and keep healthy relationships because they can see the bigger picture. They know that understanding and kindness are much more helpful than anger and defensiveness. Intelligent people also know that taking things personally can cause worry and nervousness that aren't needed. By giving up the need for praise from other people, they free themselves from the stress of always trying to please others. They don't pay attention to outside forces. Instead, they focus on their own goals and beliefs, which lead them. This method of self-direction not only improves their health, but it also lets them follow their dreams and interests more honestly. Smart people who don't take things personally are more likely to be open to comments and growth. There is an understanding that feedback, even if it's tough or unfair, can help them get better. They don't just ignore the feedback or get angry. Instead, they look at it rationally, trying to find any truths that can help them grow. Intellectual humility, which is something that is highly respected in Stoic thought, means being open to feedback. Smart people take a step back and look at things clearly when they have a problem. They don't jump to conclusions or judge things too quickly. They see things from different points of view and think about possible answers. They are willing to learn from their mistakes and aren't afraid to change their plans when they need to. Their ability to change and learn from mistakes is very important to their growth as people and in their careers. Seeing problems as chances to grow is a Stoic strategy that fits with this. There will be problems and failures in life, but smart people know that letting problems hold them back can be bad. They don't focus on the problem itself. Instead, they try to find answers and learn from the mistake. They understand that every problem is a chance to get better and grow. This way of looking at things helps them deal with problems with interest and strength instead of loss and anger. Smart people don't let problems get the best of them when they happen. They take a step back and look at what's going on without bias. This distance helps them see the problem more clearly and come up with possible answers. They know that acting on impulse or feeling strongly can make them lose their way and make bad choices. They can deal with difficulties more successfully by keeping their minds cool and logical. Focus on what you can change and accept what you can't. That's what the Stoics taught. It was their belief that problems are not always bad and can actually be great chances to learn and grow. Intelligent people follow this concept by seeing problems as opportunities to move forward rather than obstacles, as stated by Marcus Aurelius. The barrier to action advances action. Intelligent people are also good at looking for new ideas and ways to solve problems. They know that their own point of view might be limited, so they actively look for other people's opinions. They are open to new ideas and ways of doing things, whether they are talking to a trainer, chatting with co-workers, or doing research. People who are willing to learn from others are better at handling problems and come up with new ways to solve them. In addition, smart people know that not all problems need to be fixed right away. They put problems in order of how important and how quickly they need to be fixed, so they can focus on what really matters. This planned method helps them make good use of their time and resources, which keeps them from getting frustrated or burned out. People who are smart know that sometimes the best thing to do is to step back and let things happen automatically. Intelligent people know that feedback is a great way to find ways to make things better. It's a chance to think about things and make good changes, even if it's hard to hear. They don't avoid situations where they might be criticized. Instead, they go out of their way to do their best. Being able to accept feedback shows that a person is wise and cares more about improving themselves than protecting their ego. It's about being humble enough to know that you can always learn something and having the courage to take feedback in a healthy way. Think about getting comments on a project you worked hard on. Though it's normal to feel protective or hurt, smart people know that feedback is a gift, even if it's not given correctly. They see it as a chance to learn things they wouldn't have found on their own. They create chances to grow and get better by being open to comments, which is important for both personal and professional growth. The Stoics stressed how important it was to know yourself and always try to get better. They thought that the best way to get smarter was to be willing to learn from other people. Epictetus said that we should be open to feedback because it helps us see our flaws and fix them. Intelligent people follow this rule by seeing comments as a useful tool instead of a threat to their self-esteem. Also, smart people know that not being open to comments can cause things to stay the same. We miss out on chances to improve our skills and knowledge when we don't listen to helpful advice. People who are open to comments, on the other hand, can keep improving their skills and adjust to new situations. One of the main reasons for their success and toughness is that they are willing to change. Intelligent people know that they need to listen carefully and think about what is being said in order to get real value from comments. They don't cut the input off or block it. Instead, they try to fully understand it. Active hearing not only helps them understand what was said, but it also shows that they value the person who gave them the feedback. It encourages honest talking and respecting each other. Intelligent people are good at telling the difference between helpful feedback and mean comments. They don't let bad feedback make them doubt themselves. Instead, they use it to help them focus on what is really helpful. They look at the comments without bias, picking out the useful information from any background noise. This careful method lets them learn from comments without getting sidetracked by bad things said about them. Smart people can build better ties and work together more easily when they are open to comments. People on a team are more likely to believe and work together if they feel like their ideas are valued and taken seriously. It makes it easier for people to work together and gives everyone the confidence to share their best ideas and efforts. Together, our knowledge and desire to make things better can produce amazing results. Intelligent people don't let their emotions get in the way of making smart decisions or being able to think clearly. They recognize when their feelings get in the way of thinking, which helps them recenter and reevaluate the situation. They can make smart decisions when they take the time to think about the pros and cons. As a result, they are less likely to regret their actions or choices. A big part of Stoicism is learning to control your emotions. In this way of thinking, logical thinking is more important than emotional responses. We all feel strong emotions like happiness, anger, fear, and sadness, and these emotions can be too much at times. Smart people, on the other hand, know that making choices in the heat of the moment often leads to bad results. They know that their feelings are strong and can make it hard for them to make good choices, so they take steps to control them before they do. This mental control helps them think about how to behave instead of acting without thinking. The Stoics were great at controlling their feelings. They taught us that we can't change the things that happen to us, but we can change how we respond to them. This idea, which they call the dichotomy of control, is at the heart of their theory. We can stay calm and make better choices when we focus on what we can change, our thoughts and actions, rather than what we can't. Intelligent people follow this Stoic advice by trying to control their feelings and make choices with a clear, logical mind. Taking a step back and giving themselves time to think about their feelings is a smart way for smart people to deal with their emotions. They don't judge right away. Instead, they stop, take a deep breath, and wait for their first feeling to pass. This short time to think about things can make a big difference because it gives you the space in your mind to think more clearly. Being mindful and self-aware are important Stoic practices that go hand in hand with this simple but effective method. Smart people also often use techniques like writing in a book or talking about their feelings with a trusted friend or guide. They understand what they are going through and why better when they talk about their thoughts. This process takes the mystery out of their feelings and helps them see things more clearly. Self-examination and thought were important to the Stoics, and smart people can use these skills to understand their feelings and make better choices. Knowing the difference between having an emotion and acting on it is another important part of controlling your emotions. Intelligent people know that it's okay to feel angry, sad, or worried, but they don't have to let those feelings control what they do. They can be aware of their emotions without letting them rule them. This difference is very important because it lets them act in ways that are in line with their ideals and long-term goals instead of being influenced by their short-term feelings. Intelligent people know that worry and tiredness can make it harder for them to make decisions. Self-care is important to them, and they make sure they are mentally and physically healthy before making big choices. Some things that might help with this are getting enough sleep, eating well, working out, and taking breaks when you need them. They can think more clearly and make better choices when they take care of their physical and mental health. People who are smart stay cool and collected in high-pressure scenarios. In order to stay focused and clear, they do things like deep breathing, meditation, or visualizing. These techniques help them feel less anxious and keep their minds clear. The Stoics also used these methods because they thought that a calm mind was necessary for making good decisions and thinking clearly. Smart people can make better decisions and judge events more accurately when they stay calm under pressure. Intelligent people are very aware of the problems that can come up from passively consuming media. They know that mindlessly looking through social media pages or only reading slanted sources can change the way they think and believe without them even realizing it. So, they try to avoid habits like these and instead watch media with purpose and think critically about what they're seeing. They learn more, question their own beliefs, and form well-informed views by actively seeking out different points of view, trustworthy sources, and a lot of different kinds of material. This also helps them tell the difference between information that they can trust and lies or false information. We are constantly being flooded with information these days, thanks to technology. There are a lot of news stories, social media posts, movies and blogs that want our attention, and they often get in the way. It's easy to get stuck in the habit of mindless scrolling, which means we read information without thinking about it. Intelligent people are aware of this risk and choose to be more selective about the media they watch. It was very important to the Stoics to focus on what we can control and ignore what we can't. They thought that we should protect our minds from outside forces that could sway us. Selectively consuming media keeps smart people's minds clear and focused by preventing them from being overloaded with needless information and distractions. Smart people don't waste hours looking through social media or binge-watching TV shows. Instead, they use their time to read and watch things that help them learn more. They put a lot of value on reading books, listening to educational podcasts, and watching films that give them new ideas and insights. This thoughtful approach to media viewing makes sure that they are always learning and growing instead of losing time on pointless or dull material. Additionally, smart people are aware of how skewed and sensationalist media can change how they see the world. They know that a lot of news sites have their own goals and might show information in a way that changes the truth. To fight this, they actively look for information from a wide range of sources, even ones that disagree with what they believe. Being open-minded and thinking critically helps them form views that are fair and well-rounded. Setting limits is another important part of media usage that is done with awareness. Intelligent people understand how important it is to limit their media intake, especially news and social media. Being online all the time and getting a lot of information can cause information overload, stress, and worry. They have a better relationship with technology and make sure that their media use doesn't get in the way of their work or health by setting specific times to check the news or social media. Intelligent people also know how important it is to talk about and think about the things they read. People who do this have deep talks with their friends, family, and co-workers about the books, podcasts, and films they read, watch, and listen to. These talks not only help them understand things better, but they also help them see things from different points of view and make their own points of view stronger. The ability to work together to learn is a trait of smart and thoughtful people. People who are smart usually work on improving many areas of their lives, such as their health, income, imagination, faith, emotional intelligence, and social skills. They invest in themselves by constantly looking for ways to grow, whether it's through books, classes, or new adventures. They can react to change, do better, and find more happiness in their activities because they are always getting better. Stoic thought stresses how important it is to develop ethics and knowledge throughout one's life, which fits in well with this dedication to personal growth. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life and forget about our own growth in this fast-paced world. Smart people, on the other hand, know that personal growth is not a nice-to-have, but a must. For them, one of the most important things they can do is to put time and effort into their own growth. They are always working to improve themselves, which helps them stay strong, flexible, and happy when life gets hard. Emotional intelligence is one of the most important things that smart people work on improving themselves in. They know that controlling their feelings and being able to relate to others is important for making friends and living a healthy life. They work on becoming more self-aware, controlling their emotions, motivated, empathetic, and socially skilled. They are better at dealing with people in their personal and work lives because they are emotionally intelligent. It also improves their general health and happiness. Social skills are another important part of growing as a person. Intelligent people know that being able to speak clearly, work with others, and make real links is important for their success. They spend time learning how to listen carefully, say what they want to say clearly, and act in social settings with ease and confidence. They can build stronger relationships, handle disagreements better, and make a good difference in their communities by improving their social skills. Smart people also pay a lot of attention to their health. They know that taking care of their physical and mental health is important for everything else they do. A healthy diet, frequent exercise, enough sleep, and mental techniques like meditation are important to them. They make sure they have the energy and focus to reach their goals and enjoy life to the best by taking care of their bodies and minds. This whole person attitude to health fits with the Stoic idea that it's important to keep your mind and body healthy. Learning about money is another important skill for smart people to grow. They know that being smart with their money is important for reaching their long-term goals and staying financially stable. They learn how to make a budget, save money, trade, and make plans for the future. They can build a safe and successful life by learning good money habits and making smart choices. Because they are smart with money, they can follow their dreams and take care of themselves and their families without stress or fear. Being creative is also a big part of growing as a person. Intelligent people know that being artistic can help them solve problems better, lower their stress, and make their lives more enjoyable and satisfying. Whether it's music, writing, art, or something else creative, they make time for things that let them use their imaginations and express themselves. Their dedication to creativity not only makes their own lives better, but it also motivates and affects those around them. Even though smart people like to take risks, they value care and caution more than anything else. They are patient and self-controlled, and they think carefully about what might happen. They also go out of their way to get knowledge and help, which they use to change how they do things and make better decisions. By doing these things, they deal with problems and chances in a responsible and careful way. The main thing to remember is that intelligence is more than just being able to think and reason. Making thoughtful choices and living on purpose are also part of it. Smart people avoid these 10 mistakes and instead make a path that fits their values, goals, and the search for a life full of meaning and satisfaction. Taking measured risks is often necessary for success and growth, but smart people know how to tell the difference between smart risks and ones that aren't necessary. They aren't afraid to leave their comfort zones and take on new tasks, but they do so with a well-thought-out plan and a good idea of what might happen. They are brave and careful at the same time, which lets them take advantage of chances without putting themselves in dangers they can avoid. The Stoics stressed how important it was to think clearly and make smart choices. They thought that people should think carefully about how their actions would affect people now and in the future before they do something. Intelligent people follow this Stoic principle by weighing the pros and cons of every possible risk and trying to limit harm while increasing potential benefits. Smart people start by getting as much information as they can before making a choice that includes risk. To get a full picture of what's going on, they do study, ask questions, and talk to experts. Because they have done so much research, they can make choices based on facts instead of gut feelings or quick emotions. By doing their study, they make sure that what they do is based in truth and is backed up by proof. Really smart people are also good at thinking about how the choices they make might affect their short and long-term goals. They know that taking chances that aren't necessary can hurt their growth and security. So, before making a choice, they carefully think about how it fits with their general goals and values. This kind of planned thinking helps them decide what to do first and stay away from things that could throw them off track. Intelligent people also know how important it is to plan for what could go wrong. They know that sometimes even the best-made plans can go wrong, so they plan for them by making backup plans and other strategies. This proactive method makes sure that they are ready for any challenges that come up out of the blue and that they can quickly adjust to new situations. In addition, it shows the Stoic idea of being ready for trouble and staying strong when things go wrong. Intelligent people also know how important it is to look at things from different points of view. They know that their own point of view might be limited, so they actively look for help from people who may have different situations and ideas. Talking to trusted advisors, teachers, and co-workers helps them understand the risks and rewards more fully. Sharing ideas and working together makes it easier for them to make choices and see problems they might have missed before. Intelligent people are aware of how their acts might affect other people. They think about how their choices might affect their neighborhoods, families, and co-workers. They make sure to act honestly and properly by thinking about ethics. This way, they avoid taking chances that could hurt or bother those around them. This sense of moral and ethical duty fits with the Stoic idea of living a good life and making the world a better place. When things go wrong in our daily lives, it's simple to feel like we're drowned in stress and doubt. Still, there is a way to find peace within that has been around for a long time. Imagine that no matter what comes your way, work pressures, personal problems, or sudden problems, you can remain calm, strong, and steady. Is this just a dream? No, it's the core of Stoicism, a way of thinking that helps us control our feelings and actions so we can live a fuller life. Imagine sailing out on a huge ocean with no clear goal in mind. You would be swept along by every change in the wind and waves. That's how life feels when you don't have a clear goal, aimless and open to outside influences. Epictetus stressed how important it was to have clear goals. That person said, "Difficulties show a person's character, and the greater the difficulty, the more glory in surmounting it." This isn't just a thought, it's a call to action. Having a clear goal is like having a map that helps you find your way through life's rough seas. Your meaning doesn't just appear. You work on it by taking time to think about what's important to you. But it's not just about your job or personal goals. It's also about the ideas and ideals you want to live by. What do you believe in? What kind of person would you like to become? To find your clear goal, you need to answer these questions. Once you know what your role is, it will keep you grounded even when things get crazy. There will be problems in your life, that's a given. But these problems are easier to deal with when you have a clear goal. They change mountains that seem impossible to climb into steps that you can take. Think about it this way. The world around you seems smaller when you know exactly what you want and what you stand for. Massive problems turn into small steps on the way to your final goal. This inner strength, which comes from Stoic knowledge, is very hard to beat. You don't just happen to have a strong goal one day. It comes from giving careful, in-depth thought to what really matters to you. It takes time and honesty to do this thinking. To find out what really drives you, you have to look deep into your soul, past the wants and needs that come and go. This could mean rethinking the direction of your life, giving up old habits, or opening yourself up to new ideas. You are always learning more about yourself and getting in touch with your true self. Once you've found your meaning and made it a part of your life, you need to work hard to keep it safe and growing. To do this, you have to be persistent and dedicated to your goals. It means being there every day, even when things get hard. Failures and setbacks are part of the trip, so you have to push through them. Remember that a clear purpose isn't just a goal, it's also a light that helps you walk through life with strength and confidence. A clear goal is like a lighthouse at night. It not only leads you, but it also makes you feel safe and stable. When the winds of life try to blow you off course, your strong purpose keeps you from sinking into the sea of your feelings and hard situations. This is what Stoicism can do for you. There is more to it than just a set of rules for life. There is a deep understanding of how powerful will and determination can be. Epictetus tells us that real power comes from staying committed to our goals, even when things get in the way. If you believe this, then nothing is impossible, and nothing can break your strong soul. So, give yourself some time to really think about your mission. Take it to heart, write it down, and let it lead you. You will use this clear goal as an anchor, a light, and a steady way to navigate life's storms. It's normal to feel upset and want to get back at someone who has hurt us. However, Stoicism has a very important lesson to teach us. Our feelings are caused by our thoughts and unique points of view. In other words, we can choose how to act in any setting. We can use being offended as a chance to become more patient and self-aware instead of letting it get the best of us. Think about it this way. Every time you hold back the urge to act without thinking, you're strengthening your mind. The goal is to train your mind to stay calm no matter what. Mind control is not just a skill, it's an art that needs to be worked on every day. Begin with small habits that will help you take back control of your thinking. For example, every day set small goals that you can reach. You feel better about yourself and your ability to control your mind every time you reach a goal, no matter how small. Pay attention to living in the present and getting to know your feelings better. When you start to understand that you can choose how to respond, you'll be able to handle problems better and let bad feelings affect you less. Think about the story of a cook who works hard every day to get better at what they do. This cook doesn't care about what other people think. They only care about getting better at what they do and don't care about what other people think. They can find true freedom and inner peace through this unwavering commitment. In the same way, you can focus on your own growth by protecting your thoughts from outside forces. Setting limits is another part of protecting your mind. Pay attention to what you let into your thoughts. You wouldn't let trash into your house, so don't let bad thoughts, dangerous people, or damaging media take over your mind. Surround yourself with people who are good and who can inspire and boost you. Spend time with people who support and encourage you. Read books that help you learn new things, and have talks that make you think more deeply. Stoic theory isn't just something from the past. It can help you in everyday life too. In this unstable and unclear world, we can find real peace and freedom by learning to keep our minds in check and deal with our feelings in a healthy way. We're not trying to hide our feelings. Instead, we need to fully understand them and act in a way that fits with our ideals and purpose. Using mindfulness or meditation as a method is useful. By putting some space between the trigger and the reaction, these techniques help you become more aware of your feelings and thoughts. That space gives you power and freedom. By practicing mindfulness on a daily basis, you train your mind to notice things without responding right away. This gives you more control over your feelings. Having a growth attitude is another way to protect your mind. Accept obstacles as chances to learn and grow, not as threats to your safety. When things go wrong, tell yourself that each problem is an opportunity to get smarter and better. This change in viewpoint can change how you deal with problems, making you stronger and less vulnerable to bad forces. Remember that keeping your mind safe is something you do for the rest of your life. It means deciding to keep your attention on the things you can change, like your thoughts, actions, and emotions. It's about refusing the victim mindset and taking on the part of making your own experiences. Doing it over and over again makes it easier. Slowly but surely, things outside of you will lose their power over your inner peace. Epictetus said that we can't change other people's thoughts or deeds, but we can change how we respond to them. Our choice over how much sharp criticism we take will always be ours, even if someone says something bad about us. In the world we live in now, this means understanding that everyone has their own ideas and beliefs that might not always match our own. It's normal to hear different points of view and sometimes mean things. What counts is how we deal with and understand these events. To deal with feedback, we must first fully understand ourselves. When you know exactly why you do what you do, Criticism from other people doesn't hurt as much. When you know you are behaving in line with your ideals and principles, other people's bad comments don't mean as much. Being self-aware gives you a strong base that keeps you from being quickly moved by other people's views. Instead of getting angry when you are criticized, take a moment to think about what was said. Check to see if the comment is true. Sometimes, even negative comments can teach us something useful that will help us improve. You don't have to agree with everything that people say, but being ready to think about it shows that you are mature and want to learn. Stoicism also teaches people how important it is to be kind and patient. Being patient helps us keep our cool and not respond badly or quickly to criticism. Being kind to others helps us keep good ties with them, even if they criticize or disagree with us. Think about the lives of saints and ascetics who stuck to their path even when they were hurt or insulted. They never gave up. We can deal with criticism without letting it upset our inner peace if we are patient and kind. Getting used to criticism also means getting a thick skin. This doesn't mean not caring about comments or ignoring it. It means getting stronger. There are times when criticism is not meant to hurt you. It's possible for people to blame others when they are feeling insecure, angry, or confused. Realizing this will help you separate the criticism from yourself and not let it hurt your sense of self-worth. Don't forget that you can choose how to respond. This freedom is at the heart of Stoic thought. If someone criticizes you, that doesn't mean you have to agree with what they say about your character or skills. You can pick out what's helpful and throw away the rest. This chosen way of dealing with criticism lets you grow without letting bad things hold you back. Another good way to deal with feedback is to have a helpful conversation. If the feedback comes from a close person, like a family member or friend, you might want to talk to them about it. Ask for more information and carefully explain your point of view. This not only clears up any confusion, but it also makes your relationship stronger by encouraging honest conversation and respect for each other. Taking feedback in a constructive way can motivate others. People will likely look up to you and want to be strong like you when they see you handle criticism with grace, calm, and a desire to learn. In normal life, you live by the principles of Stoicism and become an example of strength and emotional intelligence. Epictetus taught that what scares and alarms us is not what happens, but how we think about it. This means that when someone hurts you, it's not what they say or do that hurts you, but how you think about and respond to what they say or do. That is, you are the only one who can decide how much a crime will hurt you. This theory gives you freedom because it takes power away from outside events and puts it on your own inner world. Changing your attitude doesn't mean hiding your feelings. You should expect to feel hurt or angry when you're insulted. Stoicism teaches us to feel these things without letting them rule us. Making room between the input and your reaction is what it's all about. That's where you can choose an answer that fits with your ideals and long-term goals. Cognitive shifting is a useful way to change how you feel about a crime. When someone hurts your feelings, try to see things from a different point of view. Ask yourself what you can learn from this experience instead of dwelling on the bad things that happened. This doesn't mean you have to agree with the offender, but it does let you learn from their actions and become better. For example, if a friend attacks your lifestyle choices, don't take it personally. Instead, think about whether their criticism is valid or whether it's a chance to show that you're still committed to your values. The value of understanding is also emphasized by Stoicism. Try to understand how someone else feels when they hurt you. What could be wrong with them that made them act this way? This point of view can help you react with kindness instead of anger. This isn't an excuse for bad behavior. It's about knowing what it means to be human and realizing that everyone has problems. Forgiving people is another strong method. Keeping offense and anger inside will only hurt you. It's like giving someone poison and expecting them to get sick. By deciding to forgive, you free yourself from feeling bad about that person. Forgiving someone doesn't mean you agree with what they did, but it does mean they are no longer a threat to you. You give yourself this gift, and it lets you move on with peace and understanding. Stoicism also teaches us that the only way to be truly strong is to face and get through problems, not to avoid them. Every time you are hurt, it gives you a chance to get stronger. In the same way that resistance makes a muscle stronger, meeting and changing crimes makes your character stronger. The more you do this, the easier it will become, until things outside of you don't have much power to upset your inner peace. Don't forget that changing offense is a process. You can't get good at it overnight. You need to be patient, know yourself, and be dedicated to growing as a person. Every time you choose to change how you react to an offense, you're building a good habit that will make it easier to do so in the future. Epictetus said something very important. We are the ones who give events meaning, which makes us feel fear and shame. In other words, these feelings are not caused by the events themselves. They come from how we see them. When we know this, we can start to change how we think about and react to shame and fear. Fear usually comes from not knowing what will happen or expecting bad things to happen. We naturally do this to protect ourselves, but if we don't control it, it can become very bad for us. Stoicism teaches us to deal with our fears in a strong way. We shouldn't avoid what scares us. Instead, we should look at it more closely. Write down your fears and ask yourself, what exactly am I afraid of? A lot of the time, the fear will go away when you think about it logically. For example, let's say you're scared of speaking in public. This fear could come from being afraid of being judged or of messing up. But when you break it down, you see that the people watching aren't there to be mean to you. Nothing bad will happen if you make a mistake. They are there to learn and listen. At some point, every speaker trips. Facing your fear and getting ready well will help you gain confidence over time. With each word, you weaken the fear, making it easier to handle. Shame is a strong feeling that can make us feel like we're not good enough or broken. It's often caused by social expectations or mistakes made in the past. Stoicism tells us to be brave and kind to ourselves when we feel ashamed. It's about letting our flaws go and learning from our mistakes instead of letting them define us. Think about a time when you felt bad about a mistake you made in the past. Face this shame head-on instead of letting it grow. Think about what went wrong and figure out why it happened. What does it teach you? What can you learn from this to make yourself a better person? When you think about and learn from your shame, it stops being a source of self-loathing and becomes a useful lesson. Forgiving yourself is another strong way to get over shame. We can't stop judging ourselves when we hold on to shame. As soon as we forgive ourselves, we let go of the heavy load and can move on. This doesn't mean we should hide our mistakes. It means we should admit them, learn from them, and then let them go. It's an important step toward healing and growing as a person. Take small steps to get better at getting over your fears and shame. Slowly put yourself in settings that make you feel these feelings. Every event should be seen as a chance to learn. Time will make you stronger, and things that used to scare or shame you will no longer have that much power over you. This slow exposure and self-reflection helps you get used to the fear and shame, which makes them easier to deal with. Stoicism also teaches how important it is to have a group and help each other. Talk about your worries and shame with friends or teachers you trust. Sharing these feelings with other people can free you up and give you new ideas and support. Most of the time, you'll find that other people have dealt with similar problems and can offer helpful advice and support. Epictetus said that we can feel ready to face problems carefully and thoughtfully if we think about the problems that might come up along the way. It's not about being negative or thinking the worst will happen. It's about being honest and ready for anything. When you plan for problems, they don't catch you off guard when they happen. Instead, you've already thought about what could be done and how to control your responses. A useful method for preparing for problems is called premeditatio malorum, which means the preparation of evils. This means taking the time to picture possible problems and think about how you would deal with them. For instance, before a big meeting, you might think about what could go wrong, such as technology issues, tough questions, or even your own nerves. By picturing these situations, you can plan how to react and lessen the shock of being caught off guard. This practice isn't about focusing on bad things. It's about making your mind stronger. When you've practiced how to deal with problems in your mind, they are less likely to throw you off when they happen. One of the main ideas behind Stoic thought is that you become more flexible and able to keep your cool. Being flexible and open to change is also a part of being ready for problems. Things don't always go as planned in life, and having high standards can cause stress and regret. You can stay open and change your plans as needed if you know that things might not go as planned. Being able to change is important for handling life's uncertainties with grace and success. Keeping a fair view is another important part of being ready for problems. It's helpful to think about what might go wrong, but it's also important to know what you can do well. Take a moment to think about the skills, information, and support systems that can help you get through tough times. This sensible method will help you get ready without making you too worried or negative. Getting ready for problems helps you be more patient and persistent. You create a long-term attitude that values persistence over short-term success when you know that problems are going to happen. You learn to be more patient with the process and stronger when things go wrong. Stoic philosophy stresses the value of being steady and having inner power. This endurance is a key part of that philosophy. Also, regular thought can help you see problems coming and plan for them. Review what you've done in the past and look for trends. Why did you have problems and how did you solve them? Which plans worked and which ones could be better? You can better prepare for future problems and improve how you solve them by learning from your mistakes. Incorporating mindfulness techniques can help you deal with and predict problems even better. Staying present and aware is helped by mindfulness. This lets you see possible problems early on and react carefully. It makes it easier to control your emotions so you can stay calm and focused even when things are stressful. Many people know that Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you that matters, but how you react to it." This simple but deep saying shows what inner power is all about. Our real power doesn't come from changing the outside world, but from controlling how we feel inside. No matter what the problem is, severe criticism from a friend we trust or an unexpected setback, we can choose how to handle it. This decision forms who we are and how we live our lives. Being self-aware and practicing regularly can help you build inner power. The first step is to be aware of your feelings without having them take over. This doesn't mean hiding your thoughts. It means paying attention to them and trying to figure out where they come from. Knowing what makes you feel a certain way can help you control your feelings. Being aware of yourself is the first thing that you need to do to get stronger inside. Stoicism also stresses how important it is to know the difference between things we can control and things we can't. This difference is very important for keeping your inner peace. We can't change what other people do or think, but we can change how we react and feel. Focusing on the things we can change helps us save energy and feel less stressed. The change in our attitude gives us power and helps us stay focused when things go wrong in the outside world. Another strong part of inner strength is the ability to forgive. Keeping a grudge or being angry takes our energy and makes it hard to make decisions. Stoicism teaches us to control our emotions, and it also tells us to forgive others. This doesn't mean that we should accept bad behavior. It means that we should let go of its control. People who forgive others are free from the weight of bad feelings and make room for healing and growth. Getting stronger on the inside also means getting more resilient. Life is full of ups and downs, and problems will always happen. The important thing is to see these failures as chances to grow as a person. Every problem you face is a chance to get better at being strong and not giving up. Over time, this practice makes your inner strength stronger, which makes you more flexible and less likely to be affected by changes in life. Stoicism tells us to look for strength not only in ourselves, but also in our faith and society. Surround yourself with positive, like-minded people who will help and inspire you. Take part in talks that make you think more deeply and differently. Use your spiritual practice to help you stay strong and find your way. These outside sources of support can help you feel stronger on the inside and give you a sense of connection and purpose. Another good way to build inner strength is to practice thanks. A good attitude is fostered by gratitude, which changes your attention from what you don't have to what you do. There is always something to be thankful for, even when things are hard. By regularly noticing and enjoying these good things, you keep your emotions in check and keep your viewpoint steady. Being vulnerable is also a part of having inner power. It's not weak to admit your fears and doubts. It's what makes you human. When you face these weaknesses with kindness and courage, they become sources of power for you. Accepting yourself is a key part of having inner power, which lets you go through life being yourself and with confidence. Not letting your feelings show or acting like they don't exist is not what this means. It means being aware of your feelings, but not letting them control what you do. The idea is to give yourself some time between the trigger and the reaction so that you can think about what to do next. Stopping to think and feel is a strong habit that can change how you deal with the world. Take driving in heavy traffic as an example. If someone cuts you off, you might get angry or even get road rage right away. Stoicism tells you not to act on this urge, but to stop and think about what you should do. Will yelling or screaming help things get better? Most likely not. You can stay cool and in control of your feelings and actions, which makes the experience more peaceful and less upsetting. The ability to delay satisfaction is another part of controlling your actions. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to want quick benefits and stay away from pain. And yet, Stoicism shows us how important it is to be patient and keep going. We build control and strength by putting off short-term pleasures and focusing on long-term goals. This idea also applies to how we talk to other people. It's easy to let our feelings take over during a heated argument or fight and say things we may later regret. Stoicism tells us to be careful with the words we use. Before you speak, think about how your words will affect others. Do they lead to progress? Do they show what you believe in? When you speak with awareness and purpose, you can make connections better and more polite. Self-control involves knowing yourself and being disciplined. Being aware of your urges and deciding to control them is what it means. Setting personal limits, practicing mindfulness, or making new habits that help you reach your goals could be ways to do this. For example, if you put things off, make a plan that helps you stay on track and get things done. If you have trouble controlling your anger, learn how to relax. This will help you stay calm when things get tough. Stoicism also stresses how important it is to act logically instead of emotionally. This means making choices after giving the situation and its outcomes a lot of thought. Imagine that you have to make a big choice at work. Don't make a decision right away. Instead, take the time to get information, think about the pros and cons, and make sure that your choice fits with your values and goals. This well-thought-out method gets better results and makes you feel more in charge. Stopping yourself from acting doesn't mean becoming passive or not doing anything at all. It's about being careful and thoughtful about the choices we make. It's about realizing that what we do has effects and being accountable for those effects. When we learn to control ourselves, we can better reach our goals and keep our inner peace. Reflecting on a regular basis can also help you control your actions. Every day, take some time to think about your actions and where you could have been more careful. What made you act on your urges? In what ways could you change how you react in the future? Regularly evaluating yourself makes you more self-aware and improves your resolve to act with purpose. Developing a daily mindfulness exercise is another useful way to stop doing things. Being mindful helps you stay present and aware, which lets you spot feelings that come up without thinking and give them more thought. Mindfulness can help you control your impulses a lot. You can do this through meditation, deep breathing exercises, or just paying attention to what's around you. Acknowledging something is the first step toward doing something useful. We lose energy and cause needless pain when we fight truth. In this case, it's normal to feel sad and scared about the future if you lose your job. But if you accept what's going on, you can focus on what you can do next, like improving your resume, making connections, or looking for new job prospects. Your ability to deal with challenges and your mental impact are both improved by having a positive attitude. Mindfulness and meditation are two useful techniques for developing acceptance. These activities help you be present and aware, so you can watch your feelings and thoughts without judging them. You learn to accept each moment as it comes, with all of its flaws and risks, by practicing mindfulness regularly. This understanding builds a base for inner peace and strength. Stoicism tells us that accepting things as they are doesn't mean giving up, but rather finding strength in tough times. It's about realizing that every experience, no matter how hard, is a chance to learn and grow. When things go wrong, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can this experience make me stronger? This change of viewpoint turns problems into opportunities to grow as a person. Letting go of the need to be perfect is also part of accepting what is. A lot of us try to be perfect in our jobs, relationships, and other areas of our lives. But this never-ending quest can make people stressed out and unhappy. We can be proud of our efforts and growth if we know that ideal is impossible to reach. We don't have to lower our standards, but we do have to accept that mistakes are a normal part of being human. Accepting our flaws and failures with kindness helps us live a fuller, more honest life. Another strong way to grow acceptance is to be grateful. Our attitude changes from one of lack to one of wealth when we think about what we do have instead of what we don't have. Being thankful helps us see the good in our lives, even when things are hard. Being thankful on a daily basis helps us keep a good attitude and make it easier to accept and enjoy life as it is. Acceptance also includes the people we love. People often act differently than we think they should, which makes us angry and upset when they don't live up to our standards. We can build better, more satisfying relationships with others if we accept them for who they are, flaws and all. This doesn't mean putting up with bad behavior. It means realizing that everyone is on their own path and faces their own problems. By showing understanding and kindness, we make room for real relationships and progress for everyone. Epictetus and other Stoic thinkers said that to live according to nature, we must know our place in the world and act in a way that fits our logical and social natures. This concept is all about being true to yourself and living in unity with the world. Being self-aware is the first step to living in harmony with nature. To do that, we need to have a deep understanding of who we are and what our real nature is. To do this, we have to think about our beliefs, skills, and purpose. If we know what our natural habits and inclinations are, we can make decisions that are in line with who we really are instead of giving in to social pressures or standards. This idea also means being aware of and okay with life's normal processes. Just like the seasons change, so do the stages of our lives: growth, security, decline, and rebirth. We can handle life's changes more easily and gracefully if we accept these cycles. To live in harmony with nature, you need to develop good qualities like knowledge, courage, fairness, and moderation. These virtues are the moral standards that help us deal with problems and make moral choices. Being wise helps us see things clearly and make smart decisions. Being brave gives us the strength to deal with problems and act. Justice makes sure that everyone treats others properly and with respect. Being temperate helps us stay balanced and in control. By working on these ideals, we make our behaviors more in line with our naturally logical selves. Stoicism also teaches us how to get along with other people. We naturally feel linked to the people around us because we are social creatures. To live in harmony with nature, we must understand how we are all connected and work to improve the health of our community. To do this, you need to show understanding, kindness, and teamwork. We satisfy our social needs and make the world a better place to live by helping others and building good relationships. Embracing simplicity and focusing on what really counts is another part of living in line with nature. It's easy to lose sight of our real goals in a world full of things that aren't important. Stoicism tells us to get rid of the things that don't matter and focus on our core ideals and basic wants. This could mean making our lives simpler, putting important relationships first, and setting aside time for personal growth and self-care. In this way, we make room for the things that really make us happy and satisfied. Stoicism also stresses how important it is to accept things as they are and be thankful for what you have. Accepting the way things are in life means giving up the need to control every result and having faith in the process. It tells us to be thankful for what we have and enjoy the here and now. A good attitude is fostered by gratitude, which helps us realize the wealth in our lives. We can find happiness and peace by focusing on the good things in our lives. To live in harmony with nature, we need to be aware of how our actions affect the world around us. We need to take care of the planet and keep its supplies safe because we are part of nature. To do this, people need to make decisions that are good for the environment, cut down on waste, and respect the delicate balance of habitats. The more eco-friendly we are, the more we respect our link to nature and help future generations stay healthy. Making mindfulness a part of our daily lives can help us live more in line with nature. Being mindful helps us stay in the present and aware, which lets us make choices that are in line with who we really are. Mindful viewing, meditation, and deep breathing are all things that can help us connect with ourselves and the world around us. They tell us to take our time, think, and act with intention. It's easy to get lost in a world full of chaos and change. Your feelings and wants can come and go quickly. We all want to be loved and adored for who we are, not just for how we look or what's on the outside. You're in the right place if you want to find ways to make this happen. Let's light the way to a life with deep meaning and happiness that lasts. Know how much you're really worth. How does Stoicism help us figure out what we're worth in relation to other people? As Stoics teach us, we should focus on what we can change. Luckily, we have full control over our sense of self-worth. It's not how many likes we get on social media or how interested someone is in us. It's how we see and respect ourselves. Consider this. Picture yourself as a valuable gem. Some people don't know how much a rare gem is worth. Some people might not even look twice as they walk by. The gem is still very expensive, though. It stays special and one of a kind, just like you. It doesn't make you less valuable just because someone doesn't see it. Even in a world where everyone else seems perfect, we've all been turned down and felt like we weren't good enough. But here's the deal. If you're a Stoic, your worth doesn't depend on what other people think of you, having to do with how you act, your values, and what you do. Are you honest and kind? Do your views guide how you live? That's where your real worth is. Stoics say to think about yourself. So take a moment to think about your values, not just the ones that you see, but also the ones that are deeper. What makes you different? Do you care about others, work hard, and be a reliable friend? These are the things that make you valuable. That being said, when you really understand and respect these traits, it changes how you treat other people. You won't put up with bad treatment because you respect yourself, not because you're proud. As an easy Stoic practice, the next time you feel undervalued, don't question yourself. Instead, ask yourself, what virtues and values do I bring to this situation? And then remind yourself of these things. You're not trying to brag. You're just reassuring yourself of your worth without anyone else's support. One great Stoic ruler said, "You have control over your mind, not external events. Realize this, and you will find strength." In relationships, it's about finding strength in your own value and self-worth, no matter what other people think. Do not forget that realizing your worth is a process that lasts and lasts. It's a constant process that gets better with time. It means telling yourself every day that you are valuable, not because of what other people think, but because of the things that make you unique. Learning how to communicate without words. Being stiff or dull is not part of Stoicism. It helps us learn self-control and how to keep our minds on what's important without giving up too quickly. Stoicism provides a welcome break in a world of quick satisfaction and never-ending browsing. It's natural to want to share everything with someone new or in a relationship. We want to give them our time, space, and inner thoughts. Stoics, on the other hand, say that you should be more calm. Why? Because something loses its appeal when it's always there. It's how people are. If you're always easy to reach and friendly, where's the secret, the excitement, and the intrigue? Let's talk about how to set limits in a serious way that looks good. It starts with how you act. It's not just about how you look when you dress well. It shows that you respect yourself. You're not hiding anything, but you're also not telling everyone everything at once either. It's about balance and means you're more than what you seem to be. Another important part is managing your time and attention. It makes a strong message to pick carefully who gets your time in this always-on world. Being careful with your time means saying, "My time is valuable and I manage it with care." Give someone your full attention when you're with them, but when you're not, it's okay to focus on your own life, your interests, and your own growth. Stoicism also teaches us how to handle our feelings. It doesn't mean being cold or careless. Instead, it's about having an open mind. This means not letting little things get in the way of your game. It has to do with staying calm inside and not giving your mental energy to anyone. Like your time and care, it's something people should earn. I'm not telling you to stop feeling anything or become emotionless like a rock. We're all people, and having strong relationships is important for a happy life. But there is real value in taking things slowly and building connections that offer more than just quick fixes and don't just make you feel good right away. Don't forget that setting limits isn't about pretending or playing games. It's about having respect for yourself and keeping true to your beliefs. It's not enough to say you value yourself and earn respect. You have to show it. Be proud of who you are. Let me clear something up before you think of a Stoic as a sad, serious person from the past. Stoicism doesn't mean hiding your feelings or not caring about anything. You have to decide what's important and what's not. One thing that should get your attention is how you show yourself. Let's talk about what it means to be proud of who you are in partnerships. Have you ever caught yourself going out of your way to impress someone only to realize that you're not being yourself? For a nod of approval, you might change how you dress or how you talk. But here's the truth. Your sense of self-worth shouldn't rest on how you dress or where you hang out. It's about what you do, what you choose, and how you act. Let's say that two co-workers are in charge of running a meeting. One tries to take over the room by talking over everyone else and pushing big, flashy ideas that don't have much to do with reality. One person talks less, but when they do, they are clear and honest, and they give well-thought-out thoughts while also listening to what others have to say. Who makes an impact that is more polite and sticks out? Usually it's the person who stays true to themselves and calm. This shows how important it is to treat yourself with respect, which is a concept that is very important in Stoicism, which encourages self-control and ethics. The lesson is still true in today's dating world. Be who you are. Like reading, display it. Are you really into a hobby? Make it known. Putting on a show isn't important. What matters is being happy and sure of who you are, and knowing that you're valuable just the way you are. How you treat yourself is another important thing to think about. The way you treat yourself determines how other people will treat you. If you constantly criticize yourself, it means it's okay for other people to do the same. But when you value your time, energy, and emotions, you send a strong message. I deserve respect, and I expect to be treated accordingly. Think about what the wise Stoic philosopher Epictetus said. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. In relationships, it's not just about how you look or what you say. It's also about how you process different situations. Do you act out of panic or with respect? If you want to fit in, do you give up your values? Or do you stay true to yourself, even if it means standing alone? It's not important to be perfect here. We all have flaws and times when we feel weird. The important thing is how you handle these times. When things get tough, do you give up or do you stay strong, learn, and keep going? Let's think about what we can do to start living with more respect every day. In this case, we may need to set clear limits or say no to things that don't fit with our values. Possibly it means being kind and respectful to ourselves more. Seeing yourself as someone who deserves respect makes other people more likely to do the same. What it means to say no. Stoicism stresses how important it is to stick to your beliefs and be brave enough to be yourself, even if that means saying no. It's important to be clear about your values in relationships and stick to them, even if it makes other people uncomfortable. Take a moment to imagine that your partner suggests an idea that is outside of your comfort zone. It could be going too quickly or doing something that goes against your morals. It might be easy to just agree, but that's when you need to put your calm lessons to use. When things like this happen, saying no is a statement of your worth and limits. It's not easy to do this. Being alone can be especially hard when you really care about someone. You might be afraid, what if my refusal turns them away? But now is the time to be tough and brave. Stoicism isn't just about dealing with stresses from the outside. It's also about facing our own problems. It takes self-respect to say no. It shows that you care about yourself enough to not give up on the things that are most important to you. There is a risk, for sure. The situation could get worse. But think about this. If being strong about your ideals makes someone move away, they might not have been the best person for you after all. Taking this method can change the nature of a relationship in a big way. It changes how your partner sees you when they know you are strong enough to say no and don't change your values to please other people. Making that statement shows that you value and honor yourself, which is very powerful. From a Stoic point of view, saying no isn't just about setting limits with other people. It's also about being honest with yourself. It means being honest about what you want and need in a relationship and not giving in to fear of being alone. Let's take a moment to think about this lesson. It is important to stand up for your right to say no. It's about staying true to yourself and your values. Stoics say that it's important to build connections based on respect and real connection, not just on ease of use or fear of being alone. Things done have more weight than words said. We learn that Stoicism is all about being wise in real life as we learn more about it. This means judging people based on what they do instead of what they say. People who say they'll do something but don't usually do it come up in our daily lives, especially in relationships. To be a Stoic, you have to look past nice words and focus on real deeds. Thought about it. It's simple to say all the right things, keep their word, and paint a perfect picture of the future. But do what they do match what they say? That's where the real story is. We've all been there, right? Someone says lovely things and makes big promises that blow us away. But as time goes on, we can see that they don't do what they say. They say they'll call, but they never do. They make plans and then back out. Now is the time to bring out our inner calm. Stoicism tells us not to let good intentions or our feelings get the best of us. It helps us stay sensible and see things as they really are. If someone says one thing and does something else, that's a red flag that you should pay attention. You handle interactions differently after embracing this attitude. You start to see the little things more clearly. What does this person do when things get tough? Are they going to keep their word? Aside from words, are they really there for you? Do they do things that matter? What's interesting is that you set a standard when you pay attention to what people do instead of what they say. You're telling them, I'm not just listening, I'm observing. This can be a very strong understanding. People know that they can't just charm their way into your life. They have to show that they can be trusted and are true. Remember that this method is not about being negative or not believing in everyone. To be smart and keep your feelings in check, you need to have some calm knowledge. It means keeping your feet on the ground and not letting your thoughts take over. Let's make a promise. We'll watch what they do, not just what they say. We will look at interactions through the eyes of a Stoic, reasonable, aware, and careful, because things you do will always be more powerful than what you say. How to know when to leave. Stoicism is a great way to learn how to let go. To be aloof or cold is not the point. The point is to know what we can change and what we can't. Decisions about whether to stay in or leave a bad situation are some of the most powerful ones we can make. This is very important when you're with someone. We've all been there, right? We stay where we should be because we don't want to be alone, we don't want to change, or we're holding on to hope that things will get better. Believe in your own strength by knowing you can stay or leave when things don't go with your values, as taught by Stoicism. Just because things get hard doesn't mean you should leave right away. Building relationships takes time, effort, and understanding. but it's important to be so sure of your values and worth that you're ready to move on if something goes against them. You need to be strong inside and brave to say, "I respect myself too much to settle for less." Thinking about going doesn't always mean making a big exit. A lot of the time, it's a calm choice to know that something isn't right for you. It can be scary, yes. It's scary to not know what will happen in the future. But remember what Stoicism teaches. Be brave when things get hard and accept that life is unsure. Letting go of things that aren't helping you is sometimes the hardest thing you can do. Things in a relationship can change if you think this way. Everything changes when you realize you're there because it fits with your values and not because you're afraid to leave. You're not staying because you have to or because you're scared. You want to. Also, remember this important thing. When you leave what doesn't help you, you make room for what might. It's like getting rid of old things to make room for new ones. You have to believe that better things are possible and give yourself a chance to find them. Don't forget that being ready to move on doesn't mean you don't care or are uninterested. It means loving yourself enough to say, "I deserve better." It means being strong when things get tough and knowing that your worth doesn't rest on other people. How to set limits without words. Stoics think that you should show, not just tell, which is very important when it comes to setting limits in relationships. Making it clear that you won't stand for bad treatment is one thing. What's really tough is how you react when it happens. What we do, not what we say, is what really shows how strong we are here. I understand how hard this is. It can be hard, especially when folks are feeling hurt. But remember what the Stoics said. We decide how to react. As much as what you say about someone crossing a line is important, how you respond is what really sets and supports that line. Imagine that someone is telling you lies and you need to be honest. What you do next, whether you directly address the lie or choose to stay away, shows how seriously you take your limits. It's not about making trouble, it's about having enough self-respect to do what you believe in. This method can change the way you interact with others. People will better understand what you will and will not put up with if they see that you set clear limits and are ready to stick to them. It helps you respect yourself and stay true to it. Not just the big things, but also the little things that happen every day. What do you do when someone doesn't show up for an appointment or your plans fall through? You can either let it go or calmly show that this isn't okay by how you act. This has something to do with Stoic mindfulness. It means being aware of what's happening right now and how you react to it. Are the things you do in line with your boundaries? Are you being honest with yourself? In these daily situations, your limits are often really put to the test, so it's important to pay attention. When we talk to other people every day, let's try to be a little more serious in how we set limits. It's not about being strict. It's about using our inner compass to guide how we act. Trust me, people will notice when you start living this way. As time goes on, they see you as someone who not only sets limits, but also stays true to them. Don't go after someone. This lesson fits in well with everything we've talked about so far, especially from the point of view of a Stoic. Stoicism advises us to concentrate on the things we can change and let go of the things we cannot. When it comes to partnerships, this attitude is especially strong. It teaches us that going after someone who is moving on hurts our own self-worth and doesn't work anyway. There you are, seeing someone. Things are going well, but then they start to pull away. Our first reaction might be to run after them and close the gap between us and them. To be patient, we should ask ourselves, why chase something that's out of our control? Our answer should come from a place of peace and self-respect. As you try to hold on to someone who is pulling away, it's like using your hands to catch water. It doesn't work, and you feel empty afterward. The conservative way tells us to keep our sense of self-worth. Let someone move away if they want to. Being neutral isn't the point. The point is to realize that you can't change how other people feel or act. You can only change how you react. It is true that it is hard. It takes a lot of strength to stay away from someone. But you have to believe that if someone loves you, they will show it. It's about not letting what someone else does define your worth. This way of thinking changes everything. It says, I deserve respect, and if you don't see that, someone else will. It makes you in charge again. No longer are you subject to someone else's whims. You decide how to feel and what to do. It gives you strength and freedom. Also, great things happen when you stop trying to please other people and concentrate on your own growth and happiness. People are drawn to you because you are sure of yourself and your confidence. Let's really think about this. It's like sending a message that says, I value myself and know my worth. Let's make sure we don't have to chase anyone. In your relationships, try to be stoic, calm, self-respecting, and focused on what you can change. It's about finding peace within yourself, not looking to other people to approve of you. Accept change with style. Stoicism helps us deal with change with ease and strength, especially when it comes to partnerships. This way of thinking says that we shouldn't be afraid of or fight change. Instead, we should see it as a chance to learn and grow. Stoicism is based on the idea that we should accept change instead of fighting it. This has big effects on how we handle our personal relationships. Imagine that you and your partner are going through a change in your relationship. Things may be changing, or your thoughts may be changing. At first, we might want to fight these changes and keep things the same because they are safe and comfortable. Stoicism, on the other hand, tells us to change how we think about change. It tells us to ask, what can this change teach me, instead of, how can I stop this? This way of thinking means admitting that we can't control everything in our lives, especially other people's thoughts and actions. Instead, we concentrate on the things we can influence, such as our thoughts, feelings, and deeds. When we are open and willing to accept change, we feel less stressed and anxious, and are more likely to be happy and satisfied in our relationships. To handle change with kindness, you need to know that all interactions change over time. Some might get deeper and stronger, while others might end on their own. Detachment, which means not caring too much about the result, but enjoying the trip, is a key Stoic practice here. It lets us enjoy our relationships for what they are right now, without remembering how they were or thinking too much about what they will become. Take a moment to think about things when you are faced with change. Think to yourself, what does this situation want from me? How can I respond in a way that fits with my values and helps me grow? This can help you decide what to do and give you the power to handle anything with grace and calm. It's important to remember that accepting change doesn't mean being passive. It means picking how to deal with our changing lives. We give ourselves the ability to deal with change not only by accepting it, but also by taking action and having a positive attitude by choosing a patient mindset. This not only makes us happier, but it also makes our relationships stronger, making them better able to handle the changes that come with life. How to develop a healthy skepticism. Stoicism tells us to see things the way they really are, not just how we want them to be. When it comes to love and dating, this method works especially well. We've all been there, right? When someone says exactly what we want to hear, we want to jump right in, even though there are red flags. A calm mind can really help in this situation. A good sense of doubt is like having superpowers. Not being negative or suspicious is not the point. The point is to stay grounded in reality and not believe everything you see. This means keeping an eye out, asking questions, and giving yourself time to think things over before making a choice. Imagine that you meet someone who seems amazing. They tell you nice things about you and talk about the future, but you just met. You should slow down, pay attention to whether their deeds fit what they say over time, and keep your cool. It's a gentle warning to stay awake and aware and not let passion take over. This kind of uncertainty doesn't mean questioning someone all the time or grilling them. Being thoughtful and aware is more important. That means paying close attention to what they say and do. It means taking the time to get to know someone well and see if they are honest and reliable. Stoics used reasoning and reason, but they also believed in feeling things. In partnerships, this balance is very important because our feelings can make us miss important details. This method is also meant to protect your heart. You won't do anything without being sure if you keep a good amount of caution. Before you put your dreams onto someone else, you give yourself a chance to really know who they are. So let's remember how useful it is to be skeptical without getting angry. We need to be smart, pay attention, and not let our feelings get in the way. We need to take care of our mental health. We're not shutting ourselves off. Instead, we're being careful and thoughtful about how we approach new interactions. Ancient Stoics knew a powerful secret that can change the way you live your life in a world that often seems to be run by chaos and noise. It can't be found in the noise of the crowd or in the never-ending search for short-lived joys. Stoicism teaches a beautiful, simple way to learn how to control your own mind, which is the art of mastering your own mind. One of the most freeing ideas in Stoicism is based on a simple but deep thought. We are the only ones who can really control our actions, feelings, and thoughts. This idea tells us to separate ourselves from the views of other people. Today, we're going to talk about why letting go of what other people think isn't just freeing. It's also a smart way to take control of your own mind. Think about it. How many times have you changed your mind, put off starting something new, or even changed how you looked because of what you thought other people would say or think? It's a common trap that can make you live your life based on what other people think instead of what you truly believe. Stoicism teaches us to change our minds about this. When we base our actions and thoughts on our own ideals, we make our minds stronger against the chaos of other people's opinions. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman ruler and Stoic philosopher, reportedly said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." These words remind us to focus on how we think and feel, instead of trying to control things that we can't change. This doesn't mean we stop caring about other people. It just means we put our own judgment and peace of mind ahead of what other people think. This way of thinking doesn't tell us to ignore all input. Instead, it gives us the power to decide which feedback is helpful and in line with our bigger goals, and which is just noise. It's about growing a garden inside you, where your own values and beliefs feed the seeds of your thinking instead of other people's views. Imagine being able to make decisions without worrying about what other people will think or looking for support. You start to live more honestly, based on what matters to you most. As you follow this Stoic way of life, you'll notice that you count less on outside approval and more on your own confidence and inner peace. In the traditional sense, this isn't just about getting tougher. It's also about creating an inner world where your feelings serve you instead of controlling you. And this is where Stoicism can help you a lot. The Stoics didn't teach people to hide their feelings. Instead, they taught people how to understand and control their feelings to improve their health and growth. Think about the Stoic way of seeing problems as chances to learn, which was pushed by the philosopher Seneca. His argument was that every problem or struggle was a chance to show qualities like courage, patience, and moderation. When we think of our problems as chances to get stronger, we change how we feel about them. Dealing with problems doesn't have to make us feel helpless. We can approach them with a purpose and use them to become stronger. Keeping an objective view that is in line with truth is another important part of building mental strength. Epictetus said that our discomfort comes from how we think about things, not from the things themselves. We can cut down on needless pain by changing our standards and opinions to be more in line with reality. If we realize that we can't change what other people do, but we can change how we respond, we're less likely to get upset when they do something. Knowing that feelings are not orders is also a part of being emotionally strong. We don't have to act on our anger, hurt, or anxiety just because we feel those things. This space between how you feel and what you do is very important. It gives us time to decide what to say. The Stoics called this the area where our freedom and reason can be used. Start by reflecting on your day to make yourself more emotionally strong. At the end of each day, think about what went well, what problems you met, and how you dealt with them. This self-reflection technique makes it easier for you to use Stoic ideas in your daily life, which builds your resilience over time. You should now think about how you can use them every day, not just in emergencies. Emotional strength doesn't come quickly, but with regular practice and a Stoic attitude, you'll be better equipped to handle whatever life throws at you and not just survive, but thrive through it. Stoicism is based on the deep understanding that we have no control over what happens to us, but we do have control over how we think about and respond to these events. Realizing that our responses aren't based on the events themselves, but on how we think about them, is the real power of perspective. You're late for an important meeting because you got stuck in traffic. You could see this as a disaster, which is a story that could make you angry and frustrated. You could also look at it as a chance to listen to your favorite podcast or audiobook, which would give you back your time and turn a stressful situation into a fun one. The second way is what the Stoic practice of perception management is all about. Choosing to see things in a way that is in line with your inner peace and knowledge. A famous quote from Stoic philosopher Epictetus says, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view which they take of them." This quote sums up Stoic ideas about how we see things. For us, peace of mind doesn't come from the things that happen in our lives, but from how we deal with them. We have a lot more power over our mental health when we train ourselves to see things in a more positive light. Mindfulness and self-awareness are the first steps in honing this skill. It means paying attention to our unconscious thoughts and asking ourselves if they are true. Does this thought match up with reality? Is there a different way to look at this? The act of questioning and reframing is a type of brain reworking that can have a huge effect on how we feel. To make this a part of your daily life, start by thinking about times when your first response might not be the best. Try rearranging your thinking to get a new view of the situation. This could be as easy as seeing a criticism at work not as an attack on your skills, but as useful information that can help you grow as a person and as a worker. Being able to change how we see things doesn't mean we can lie to ourselves or ignore reality. It means we can see life more clearly and react to it in ways that are in line with our core values. By using this Stoic method, you not only make yourself stronger, but you also make it easier to be happy and satisfied. It changes things, changing daily problems into chances to learn more about yourself and grow. Going on more walks or starting a yard are great ways to connect with nature, but that's not all this means. It goes deeper than that. It's about understanding and following the basic rules that govern the world and how people act. In the eyes of the Stoics, everything in the universe, including people, has a reason that comes from nature itself. For us, this means having a good life that is in line with reason, which the Stoics thought was the best thing about being human. In his personal works, Marcus Aurelius talked a lot about how everything in nature is linked. He thought that everyone's actions were part of a bigger music of the world, and that going against this natural order leads to chaos and sadness. In real life, living in harmony with nature means doing a few key things. First, it pushes us to think about ourselves and figure out where we fit in the world as a whole. This thought process helps us deeply understand what we can and cannot change, which makes it easier to live with what will happen. For instance, realizing that we can't change what other people do or how many events turn out, but we can change how we respond to them. We can also learn to enjoy simplicity and find happiness in it from this Stoic concept. This might mean lowering our wants so that they are more in line with what is naturally enough and necessary for happiness. It asks us to think about whether our goals and wishes are in line with who we really are, or whether they are made up by social forces. Start small if you want to live a life that is in line with nature. Every day, think about how you might be blocking the natural flow of your life or pushing things to happen. Try to get in tune with the flow of the things around you more. Get up with the sun, eat what's in season, and pay more attention to what your body and the people around you need. This way of thinking isn't about giving up ambition or desire. It's about making those drives fit in with nature so they come from real needs and good intentions instead of short-lived feelings. It's important to remember that living in peace with nature means living a simple, good life. Making peace with the world as it is, not how we want it to be, and finding our own place in it is what it's all about. Think about this Stoic advice as you go about your day and see how it might change how you see happiness and your place in the world. This is a lot more than just a way to control our urges or stay on track with our plans. Getting our daily actions to match up with our deepest beliefs and morals is what it's all about. The Stoics think that self-discipline isn't just about getting what you want. It's also about living a life that fits with reason and moral purpose. Self-discipline, also known as self-control, is an important part of having a good life, according to Seneca. His point was that without it, our emotions rule us instead of our minds, and we are slaves to them. Imagine how strong and free you would feel if you were in charge of everything you did and decided, no matter what temptations or quick fixes came your way. In this way, Stoic self-discipline is set at its core. Self-discipline in real life means making decisions that are in line with your values, even if they aren't the easy or quickest ones. One way to live up to a value of financial security and freedom is to choose to save money instead of spending it on impulse. Similarly, choosing to relax or work out early in the morning before a busy day shows a dedication to health and mindfulness, putting long-term well-being ahead of extra sleep. The Stoics also thought of self-discipline as something that helped the group, not just one person. We can help make society more reasonable, calm, and kind by controlling our emotions and making choices based on facts. No matter if we're aware of it or not, every choice we make has an effect on the people around us. To be more self-disciplined, you should first figure out what parts of your actions don't match up with your values. You may care about your health, but don't work out very often. Or you may want to learn but watch too much TV that doesn't teach you anything. Once you know what they are, set small goals that you can reach to start changing your habits. One easy thing you could do is read for 30 minutes before bed instead of looking through your phone, or make a healthy meal instead of getting food. According to Stoicism, self-discipline doesn't mean hurting yourself or living a lie. It means making smart decisions that lead to freedom and happiness. It's about taking charge of your deeds and, by extension, the course of your life. Pay attention to how self-discipline changes more than just what you do. It also changes how you feel about yourself and your place in the world. Always keep in mind that for Stoics, self-discipline is a way of respecting yourself. Every day that you follow your values, you show respect for yourself and the people you live with. Making steady decisions that build a strong, satisfying life for everyone is what it's all about. The Stoics said that we only really own the present moment, and that controlling our focus on the present moment can make us very calm and productive. Marcus Aurelius often talked about how important it was to give the current job your full attention. He said that the best way to do this was to focus on one thing at a time and enjoy the simplicity of his actions. Imagine if, instead of rushing between tasks, you decided to do each one carefully and in order. This attention not only makes people more productive, but it also gives every moment meaning and quality. Being in the present also means taking each moment as it comes and not forcing our thoughts or desires on it. We connect with life more deeply when we stop fighting reality and wishing things were different and start meeting the needs of the present moment. This doesn't mean giving up or being passive. It means recognizing that the moment is the only time we have control over. Start getting better at this skill by noticing when your thoughts drift to the past or the future. Remind yourself slowly to return to the present. Developing this ability can be greatly aided by techniques like mindfulness meditation. You can stay more in the present moment if you just sit quietly for a few minutes every day and pay attention to your breath and thoughts as they come and go without getting attached to them. Another useful tip is to give your full attention to whatever you're doing. Just eat when you're hungry. Just walk if you want to. Give yourself over to the feelings and actions of the present moment. This practice can turn boring jobs into times of deep experience and happiness. Your ability to handle life with calm and ease is improved when you focus on the present moment. This is in line with Stoic ideas. Over time, this practice not only makes you feel better mentally, but it also makes your relationships and involvement in life stronger, making every day more full and rich. Don't forget that life is made up of present times. The way we live each moment mainly shapes the way we live our lives. The idea of society is one of the most important but often ignored parts of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius himself thought that people were naturally social and weren't meant to live alone, but in peace with others. The Stoic view that building or joining a community is not just a personal choice, but also a moral duty, is emphasized by this idea. Stoicism says that everyone brings something useful to the group, and that in return, the group gives support, knowledge, and a new point of view that one can't get when one is alone. In a network where everyone acts in a good and sensible way, think about how strong and resilient it would be. This kind of group could make a big difference in the lives of all of its members. In real life, being an involved member of a group can mean a lot of different things. It could be as easy as joining a local group of people who share your hobbies or giving your time to issues that you care about. In this digital age, community can also include internet groups and social media sites where Stoic ideas are shared and problems in life are dealt with as a group. People who are active in these groups can share their thoughts and offer support, which can be very helpful when things are tough. It's about giving and getting help, sharing tools, or just listening with compassion. Being kind, understanding, and patient are some of the Stoic traits that can be used in every situation. Participating in community life also makes us feel like we belong and gives us a feeling of meaning. It supports the Stoic idea that we are a part of something bigger than ourselves, which can be very satisfying. This doesn't mean giving up your individuality. Instead, it means showing off your unique qualities in ways that help other people. Find groups that share your hobbies to start building this part of your Stoic practice. You can go to meetups in person or online, do community work, or start a discussion group about Stoicism and how it can be used in modern life. Being a part of a community not only makes your life better, but it also makes the community stronger as a whole. This is the real Stoic spirit of living in harmony with others in the human cosmopolis. By helping people in your community get to know each other, you live up to the Stoic promise to be good, not just for yourself, but for everyone. One of the best things about following Stoicism today might be how it combines personal ethics with community life. As we come to the end of our study of Stoicism and its strong lessons, it's clear that the ancient Stoics' knowledge isn't just interesting historical facts. It has deep relevance to our lives today. The things we've talked about, like being in the present moment and building community, are more than just a way to find peace for yourself. They suggest a way of life that could completely change how we connect with each other, our neighborhoods, and our own minds. Stoicism teaches us that real power comes from within, from being able to control how we see things, to make sure our actions are in line with our ideals, and to feel deeply connected to the world around us. It's not just about being patient or indifferent, it's also about dealing with life's problems in a wise and good way. People have forgotten how to be quiet in this noisy world. But what if the times we don't talk were just as important as the times we do? How often do we think about what it means to be quiet? Stoicism is a very old idea that helps people learn to handle their feelings and thoughts better. It helps you figure out when to speak up. Zeno, who is known as the father of Stoicism, said that it's better to trip over your feet than your tongue. This smart saying makes me think of a simple question. How many times have we felt bad about something we said quickly or because we were mad? Stoicism advises us to use silence as a tool for growth and peace, in addition to telling us not to do things. Imagine going through the hard parts of life, knowing that your silence says more than any words you could say. Stoic philosophy says that being silent is more than just not saying anything. It's a reaction that comes from the heart and is carefully chosen. A strong and active force, a plan that can help us understand each other, settle disagreements, and stay safe. But when should we all be quiet together? As we go deeper into these lessons, we'll find 9 key times when it's not only smart, but also life-changing to choose silence. Think about how your mental health and the way you deal with other people could change if you don't speak up. What if you could end a heated fight without saying anything mean? What does a quiet break mean? You can talk about how you feel and what you think. The first is when someone criticizes you unfairly. According to Stoic philosophy, being judged wrongly is a one-of-a-kind chance to get stronger and show that you are honest. These are the main ideas of this old knowledge. The King Marcus Aurelius once said that if something outside of you hurts you, it's not the thing itself that does the hurting, but the way you think about it. He also said you could change what you think about anything. What changes might making this about how you see feedback make you stronger? When you kept your cool in the face of unfair criticism, did something different happen? For instance, if you are in charge of a project at work and your boss gives it tough criticism, a patient reaction would be to quietly look over the comments and find good ideas, ignoring any criticism that isn't based on facts. For this reason, Epictetus said, "You will not only keep the peace, but also your honor as a worker." Don't just talk about your idea, live it. If you want to live by philosophy, you should answer quietly and carefully instead of angrily. If someone says mean things about you, you shouldn't respond. It is not only inactive to do this, it is also smart to do this. Focus on what you can control, like how you react and feel, if you want to follow serious advice. This quiet strength turns a possible fight into a chance to show how strong and committed you are. During the tough times in your life, think about how silence can help you and what might happen if you decide to stay quiet or speak up at the last minute. What might this practice do for you and the people around you besides making you feel better? When we follow Stoic principles in our daily lives, especially when someone criticizes us unfairly, we align ourselves with a theory that puts character strength above the temporary approval of others. This helps you grow as a person and inspires others to do the same. This is especially important in today's world, where bragging and self-promotion can make people less humble. To be a good man, you have to be one. As Stoicism says, be open to silence. This is also how smart men spend their time. So, think about how being quiet in the face of yelling can change a place that might be driven by ego into a place for growth and self-reflection. There will always be criticism in life. It can help you learn and get better, but it's not always fair, even when the goal is to hurt someone. It can be hard to stay cool and do the right thing when this happens. Stoicism is an idea that comes from Greece in the past. It's always in style to follow Stoic ideas about how to handle rude criticism with class and grace. Bad things can make people stronger and better. Stoics believe that how you deal with things is more important than what they are. If someone is being mean to you, think about what you're going to say before you speak up. You won't have to act right away, and you'll have time to calm down without getting mad. Get the bad things off your chest, as the Stoic said. The outside world is not in charge of your mind. Know that, and you'll be strong. Marcus Aurelius meant that unfair criticism only shows how you feel or what the reviewer thinks, not how good you are or what you can do. As Aristotle said, if anyone can prove to me and show me that I think and act wrongly, I will gladly change it, for I seek the truth. You can better understand the feedback if you keep it separate from who you are. If you do this, even the most unfair view might be partly true. If you think the unfairness hides something useful, you should look for it. Someone smart once said, use this as a chance to get better and get rid of negative thoughts that aren't helpful. Think about what you're going to say before you say it. If someone says something mean about you, keep cool and be nice. That you are strong and in charge is clear. This also keeps things from getting worse. Most of the time, being cool shows that you're an adult who wants to grow. Don't fight about what it means to be a good man. Do not focus on unfair criticism. Instead, think about your goals and how you can improve yourself. Pay attention to your own goals and growth, and you will be able to handle bad things that happen and keep going. It can be hard to deal with unfair criticism, but if you follow the calm way of life, you can use these times to get better. Take a moment to think about what was said. Separate it from how you feel about yourself. Look for small bits of truth, and then react with respect and calmness. For Stoics, the most important thing is to stay calm and strong on the inside, even when things are hard on the outside. Number 2. Stoic silence while someone is bragging. As someone is talking, let's say you're at a networking event and a coworker is showing off his new money and fancy lifestyle. With what you've done, you might want to respond to his pride. Stoicism tells us to keep our feelings in check. People will show you who they are through their words if you stay quiet. You can save your energy for more in-depth discussions this way. This will not only protect your honor, but it will also make it look like you are proud of what you have done and don't need anyone else's support. Being quiet doesn't mean you're not interested. It means you know what you're talking about and are sure of yourself. There is another very useful way to avoid being outmaneuvered. Stoicism says that you shouldn't return one good thing for another, but for many at once. In real life, This means that you shouldn't react to empty boasts with words. Instead, you should show them how humble you are through your deeds and your character. How often do you share your own success story after hearing someone else's? What if you chose to listen carefully, nod or smile to show appreciation for what they've done and keep your mind on your own good qualities and goals? When people are bragging, it's better to be quiet. This way of life is not based on competition, but on happiness and success inside. It creates a space where people can be happy and successful based on their own true self-worth, not on how they compare to others. You should think about this lesson and use what you've learned every day. How could being quiet make your life and relationships better? Feel free to share your ideas and stories below. Let's work together to make other people's lives better, happy, and more peaceful. Third, when you're mad. Some people say that being angry is like being in a storm that makes you lose all of your sense and calm. But in the middle of this storm, Stoicism gives us a safe place to be and a moment of silence that helps us deal with these strong feelings. A famous Stoic philosopher named Epictetus said that people should be quiet most of the time and only speak when they have to. Now, picture a day at work when someone else's mistake forces you to work extra hours. It's possible that your first thought is to get angry, but what if you decided to be quiet instead? You can think more clearly about what's going on if you don't get angry right away. This break can keep the fight from getting worse and help people come up with good answers instead of angry arguments. How many times have you talked or done something quickly because you were angry and then thought about what might have happened if you had taken a moment to calm down? Also known as a famous Stoic, Seneca wrote books about what to do when someone is angry. That makes us think about what goes on when we get angry. The things that happen after they lose their cool are often worse than what made them angry in the first place. Nelson Mandela was a famous leader who chose to forgive his enemies instead of getting angry, even though he had been locked up for years. This choice not only made his own life better, but it also helped bring peace to his country. Choosing to be quiet when you are angry doesn't mean you are trying to hide how you feel. It means you are choosing a reaction that is in line with your best self. This habit will not only help you find peace, but it will also make your relationships better and your life more successful. As you deal with the problems that come up every day, remember that silence can be your safe place where knowledge rules. Allow it to happen, and you might find that the quiet reaction is the deepest and powerful. A good way to learn how to control your anger is to work on self-control. Stoics helps you figure out what's going on by giving you peace of mind and an open mind. You need to look at what makes you angry and write it down. Is it someone, a place, or something that happened? Think about what bothers you the most. We often accept things more or less based on what we think and believe about them. Things that happen in the world can't be changed, but you can change how you deal with them. Instead of stressing about the past or the future, practice mindfulness. Do activities that help you breathe deeply to calm down. Take a moment to think before you speak when you are mad. Consider what might happen if you act. To show you care, change your point of view. Just try to see things as the other person does. It can also help you feel less angry to look at things from their point of view. Think about how a Stoic philosopher would see it and change the way you see it. Would they say it's not important or important? Instead of dwelling on the issue, pay attention to ways to fix it. Plan some good ways to deal with it. Get stronger in your feelings, learn to keep them in check, and keep telling yourself that you can choose how to react. Be patient and in control of yourself, and learn to separate how you feel from what's going on. Take a step back and look at them without your own opinions influencing you. This will make you feel better. Work out, write in a book, or relax. These things can all help you handle your emotions. Stay calm and not angry. Instead of getting mad, do something with your energy. Do things that are good for you, like art or going to the gym. Wait and get better. If you want to change how you respond in the future, use your anger as a chance to learn more about yourself. How do I speak up? You can talk about how you feel without getting mean or angry. You can turn your anger into a good force that helps you and your relationships if you become more aware of it and change the way you see things. Get smarter and learn how to deal with your anger in a healthy way. Follow what Stoicism says if you want to be at peace with yourself and live a happy, healthy life. Number 4. Staying quiet when stories are spread that aren't true. When people talk to each other, stories get around fast. They can hurt people and make things more difficult if they are not true. Stoicism provides us with a straightforward response: silence. Take the case of a teacher in a small town who was wrongly accused of bad behavior. While reports were going around, the teacher didn't add to the stress by rejecting or describing what had happened. He instead stood strong in his honesty and morals. Being quiet is not an inactive way to give up. It is a smart choice. Marcus Aurelius said that you can only manage your thoughts and not what goes on around you. You will be strong if you know this. How many times have we seen hurtful words make things worse? Don't say anything. How does that protect you from false accusations? By not saying anything, the professor let the energy in the community fade. Since new proof didn't come to light over time, the truth became his argument. For Stoics, it's more important to think about what you can change, like how you respond and act, than what you can't, like how stories get around. Legend has it that if someone says something bad about you, you should always say something nice about them. This counterintuitive view says that reacting to negativity with positivity, or in this case silence, can stop and change the direction of conversations that aren't helpful. Think about how important it is to wait to react to news until the storm is over. Remember that following the rules is the best way to keep the peace and your good name. It's not preachy to fight every word when things like this happen. You can stay safe by being quiet, and you can also show that you follow Stoic values by that. As you deal with issues in your work and relationships, let calm silence lead you through the mess of false information. The 5th thing is dealing with loss. Loss. How do you deal with the emptiness that comes after a big loss? In the days after losing a loved one, most people feel sad and confused. Stoicism, on the other hand, has its own way of dealing with loss. As an example, C.S., in his famous book, A Grief Observed, Lewis wrote about his sadness after losing his wife. He says, "The grief I feel now is the happiness I had before." This is a very Stoic way of thought. Stoics think that everything that happens to us is part of the normal flow of life, and that love and loss will always go together. A famous Stoic philosopher named Seneca said, "The day you think will be your last is actually the birthday of eternity." What would you do differently if you thought of loss as a change instead of an end? What would you get out of letting yourself feel the silence that follows a loss? As soon as Lewis died, he didn't try to explain things or find other things to do. Instead, he used the time to think deeply about his thoughts and feelings, which shows that he believed in the Stoic idea that hard times can make you better. One way to deal with deep emotional pain is to keep their mind calm. This can help them see how fragile life is. You can't hide or ignore what happened by staying quiet. Staying calm is a way to give yourself time to calm down, think, and move on. Find value in things other than the pain you're going through now. This means not stopping your thoughts too soon, but letting them run their course. Quiet time that makes you think about how you dealt with past deaths can help you deal with sadness in the future. What might this method do to change the way you heal and the way others heal? Please talk about your feelings and experiences with loss, as well as how practicing Stoicism might have changed your life. What have you learned from being quiet? How has it helped you get better? Let's talk about it and get better in the comments. The thought of dying is very hard to handle. It's hard to be sad and cry when you lose something important, like a job, a loved one, or a great chance. Stoicism is an old idea that was first put forward by Zeno of Citium in Athens. Some tried and true ways to deal with these tough times. We can get through this even if we've lost something very important, if we stay calm and strong. Know and accept how you feel. After someone dies, it's important to understand and accept how you feel. Stoicism tells us that when bad things happen in life, it's okay to feel bad. One thing you can do is let yourself cry and feel the pain without the need to blame yourself. It might help to write down your thoughts or talk to a friend you trust about how you feel. The Stoic view says we should focus on the things we can change and let go of the things we can't. Take this advice to heart. Figure out what you can change, like how you deal with loss, and let go of what you can't change. Think of losing as a chance to get better. In Socrates' view, every problem is a chance to learn and get better. Say you lose something. Think about what you can learn that will help you be better or more caring. Say thank you first. It might help you not think about what you've lost, but about what you still have. Every day, write down a few things you're grateful for. This might help you calm down and see things in a new way. Get help and join a group. Having a group to help each other through hard times is important. Socrates says to talk to family, friends, or support groups. When you talk about your problems with other people, you might feel better and less alone. Though it's never easy to deal with loss, Stoic ideas can help us be strong and tough. To get through the pain of a loss, it can help to recognize how we feel, concentrate on the things we can change, and shift our gaze. If we use them, they can help us get better and heal. Thank people and ask for help. Sixth, deal with ignorance with calm composure. You know, sometimes someone acts like they don't understand, but their opinion is so strong it makes you think they are. Right now is a good time to be patient, even if it's hard. Most people thought the Earth was centered on the sun at the time of Galileo's work, but he pushed heliocentrism. Galileo is a great example of how to deal with ignorance. A lot of people were against him, and because of it, he was even put under house arrest. Even when people were mean or just plain stupid, Galileo stuck to his honor and his promise to tell the truth. Stoicism says we can't change what other people do, but we can change how we respond to it. Marcus Aurelius, who was ruler of Rome and a Stoic philosopher, said, "You have power over your mind, not over external events. Realizing this will make you stronger." When dealing with someone who is wrong, think about this point of view. Should you change how you act if you knew you could? Galileo's silence didn't mean he was weak. It meant he was telling the truth and had faith in what he had found. He knew that truth doesn't need words to back it up. It can stand strong over time on its own. This way of thinking is like the Stoic idea of focusing on your own deeds and understanding that you can't change other people's views. As a kind person, you should know your boundaries and pick your fights wisely. It means having patience and understanding, even when things are hard. This practice not only makes your life peaceful and happy, but it also helps you see things more broadly, with an eye toward long-term success and respect, instead of short-term anger. Think about how being quiet can be a classy way to deal with stupid people in your life. How could this method help your health and relationships? Galileo's story can inspire you to practice patient silence, which can help you turn potentially upsetting situations into chances to find peace within yourself and grow as a person. Seventh, how to handle rumors. It's likely that many people have told or been told stories about you. It's normal to feel uneasy when stories spread and get worse, but keeping quiet can change things. One leader in the community worked to protect the environment, which led to false stories about how it would help her personally. This leader chose not to react to any rumors because she remembered what Marcus Aurelius said: "The best revenge is not to be like him who wronged you." By staying quiet and continuing her defense, she made her actions speak louder than any story. She showed a very important truth through her actions. We are the ones who make outside events upset us. What would happen in your life if you didn't listen to the stories? Epictetus says that if it's a lie, we should fix ourselves. If someone says bad things about you and they're true, what strength would you gain by not defending yourself and just walking away? Not only did this smart leader keep the peace, she also told her people to laugh at lies to get rid of them. Those who didn't believe in her slowly lost hope, but her calm demeanor and unwavering commitment showed that being calm can help you keep your self-respect. You can use Stoicism today by looking at this story. It shows how our reactions to false information can either make the fire worse or put it out. It also shows that being quiet isn't a passive choice. It's a strong and active way to let our actions and results show what kind of person we are. This is something to think about when you hear stories. How can stern silence help you keep your cool and concentrate? In what ways will it change how people see you over time? Feel free to share your ideas and stories about how to deal with lies below. What have these events taught you, and how has being quiet helped you get through them? Someone could get what they want by using your ideas. Things can get more complicated, hurt your image, and cause a lot of stress. In this fast-paced world, it's important to learn how to deal with talk in a healthy way. Stoic ideas have lessons that never go out of style that teach us to keep our cool when things go wrong. Keep your cool and think things through. It is important to keep your feelings in check when you hear stories. You might make things worse and give the stories more weight if you act quickly or hard. Instead, try to keep your feelings in check and look at the problem without any bias before you answer. Take a deep breath and tell yourself that what other people think doesn't make you worth anything. If you want to stay calm, do things that help you calm down, like yoga or mindfulness. Clear your mind and find the truth. A lot of stories begin with thoughts or facts that aren't clear. Do not believe them at first glance. Instead, find out the truth. Find correct sources and information that you can trust to learn more about the story. Talk to people you trust who can help you learn more. You should ask questions and look for proof before you decide. This will help you act on facts instead of guesses. Before you do something, make a plan for it. How you react to a story can have a big effect on how true it is. In a hurry, you might make a mistake that makes the story go around more. Instead, be careful and have a plan. When you have to react to a lie, stay cool and give the truth. It's okay to be quiet or speak slowly sometimes. Pay attention to what you do and how you act. Being a good person over time is the best way to fight false stories. Every time you do something good, be honest and show what kind of person you are. It's less likely that lies will be true if you keep doing the same things over time. Put your attention on the things you can change instead of the things you can't. What other people think doesn't matter. The second group is stories and thoughts that other people have about you. Don't forget that you can't change what other people think or say. Pay attention to what you do and how you think. No matter what other people say, love yourself and stand up for what you believe in. If you keep your emotions in check, look for the truth, and act rationally, you can deal with lies in a fair and smart way. You can handle the issues brought up by stories with poise and strength if you stay true to yourself and don't care what other people think. This will protect your honor and peace of mind. Number 8. When things aren't fair. Stoicism teaches us to deal with the problems we face in life with fairness and inner power. This is very important when we have to deal with wrongdoing. Epicurus, a wise man, said, "Bear and endure." This saying tells us not to whine when things are hard and to let other people make mistakes. When Nelson Mandela fought racism in South Africa, this idea became very clear. Mandela was locked up for a long time and might have been angry when he got out, but he came out in support of peace and unity, which shows how strong he was. Mandela didn't just sit back and let wrong happen. He worked for peace and repair instead of getting even. One of the most important Stoic ideas is that we have more power when we choose how to react to things that happen in the outside world. What would happen to us if we dealt with bad things the way Mandela did? Could we choose to be kind and understanding even when it seems impossible? In his works, Marcus Aurelius said that the best way to get back at someone who has hurt you is to not be like them and not fight. Instead, he told them to take time to heal and look ahead. Because of Mandela, a whole country changed how it thought about peace and fairness. He taught us that being quiet is not a sign of weakness, but of strength for making things better and being honest. This silent way of thinking doesn't mean accepting wrongdoing without speaking out. Instead, it means keeping quiet in a way that is smart and moral, which gets us ready to take action. Keeping the peace and staying cool will help you find good answers that will fix wrongs and make the future better for everyone. Let us remember Mandela's quiet strength when he had to deal with big and small wrongs. His impact shows us that stillness can bring about the deepest response, which helps us get ready to accept it. This could cause big changes and make your life better and more successful. It can also help with issues in your own life and in your neighborhood. Having fights makes our lives less quiet. At some point, everyone has to deal with things that aren't fair. To be patient, you need to stay cool and know what you're doing. Being aware of what you can handle is important for Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. Their ideas can help you deal with tough conditions. They tell you to stay cool and think things through before you act. Do not lose your cool and pay attention to how you feel. Marcus Aurelius says that no matter what goes on around you, you should stay cool. Some things you can do to help yourself are to take deep breaths, be aware, and remember that the only thing you can change is how you react to other people's acts. Don't try to change things that you can't. Before you do something, think about it. Plan what you'll do next. Figure out what went wrong and why it was unfair. That's the best thing you can do. This could make things easier, or even help you figure out how to fix the issue. Don't get back at them. When you get angry or hate someone, getting back at them only makes things worse. Try to stay cool and make sense of what's happening. Think about what you stand for. Always stick to your beliefs, no matter what. Be ethically honest and base your deeds on what you really believe and what you believe in. Make sure that what you say is good and upholds your honor. Show other people how to handle wrongdoing with honor and respect by how you behave. Learn something that makes you think. You should not think about the problem itself, but how to solve it. Talk about how to make things better when you look at the issue. Talking to the people involved in an open and honest way will help you find a fair solution. Try to change the system in a way that gets to the heart of what's wrong if you can. Just think about what happened and what you can use it to help you move forward. Change and improve yourself. You can use it as a chance to improve yourself and get stronger for the future. Get ready. Learn the facts and skills you need to deal with similar events better next time. Remember to stay cool, think things through, and do what you believe is right. When you face unfairness, look for ways to help and learn from your mistakes. If you follow these Stoic rules, you will be able to deal with unfair situations in a fair and kind way, using them as chances to learn and improve things. The 9th tip is how to take insults with calm. What is the calm way to deal with insults? Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, said, "If someone can provoke you, you must understand that your mind is working to provoke you." When someone insults us, this saying should wake us up. It also gives us a deep way to deal with insults if we want to know how to react. We shouldn't get angry, this idea says. Instead, we should be quiet and understand. During his fight for India's freedom, Mahatma Gandhi was slandered and fought back, but he didn't get angry or attacked back. He chose to stay quiet and understand instead. Gandhi imagined a better, more peaceful way of living, which is a lot like the Stoic way of living. Gandhi's enemies were often less dangerous because he didn't say anything when they hit or cursed him, and people gathered around his cause. If you acted the same way when you were insulted, how might that change how you deal with other people? If you stay quiet instead of speaking, what would you gain? When someone strikes you, you give yourself time to think things through before acting. This lesson in being strict will help you stay calm and make you look like a better boss than other people. Someone once said, "The results of anger and grief are far worse than the things that made us feel that way." As you go about your day, think about what this harsh silence might do for you. Could it prove to be the key to a better life? What could you do that would change the way other people deal with problems? We looked at the 9 most important events to remember in the end. The Stoics taught us how to deal with loss and words in silence in order to find peace and understanding. Let us respect Marcus Aurelius's wise words by practicing the deep power that can be found in silence. Let us choose when to speak and when to listen. We will be able to live a calm, happy, and kind life after this. You are welcome to use these Stoic ideas in your everyday talks. You will be amazed at how the power of quiet reflection can improve your life.